those two countries, I believe everyone are they going to be getting interesting plays,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're getting ready to move into the Africa qualifiers for the Iesf 2025. And of course, I am not alone on this, because you can see it is myself and Mitch. We're getting ready for the action. How are you doing today?
Thank you, DK. I am doing great. I'm actually very excited. I want to see how the countries are going to be performing today. I really want to see the first game. I am so stoked for that game, and I want to see how the teams will be performing.
Yeah, we're going to find out pretty soon exactly what is going to be happening with regards to that. And of course, our first match shouldn't be too far away either. And for our first game, we are going to be heading into a little bit of that excitement, right? We are going to be stepping into the lovely sands of Sanhok to see who will be the ones to step up, bring the aggression with them, and just kick everything off. So there's several points where the teams could look to get themselves situated when we move up into the map of Sanhok itself. And are you expecting any potential hot drops to maybe make its way on through?
I'm hoping we do get the hot drops. I'm hoping someone will scare everyone in the first game, because the moment they see any message on the kill feed, that is when everyone will get up and start thinking about the next move. So, of course, I'm going to be expecting that, even though the teams might be a little bit worried on taking on the fast fights as the game is just starting. But I really hope there is someone who's going to, pump up the game and make us enjoy the first game.
Well, hopefully we are going to be enjoying that first bit of action very, very soon. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of potential carryover coming through from this first game into our second match as well. So we'll see exactly who will be able to keep that momentum going, who will keep that flow going. But as I was saying earlier, when it was just you and I talking, I'm curious as to what the first match will bring to the overall results, right? Because Mauritius, Senegal, Morocco, and Djibouti performed quite well with regards to those points that we saw in last year's qualifiers. So I'm curious as to whether or not they are going to be looking to replicate those same efforts moving into today's games, or could we see somebody else potentially looking to, capitalize on this available opportunity?
Yeah, of course, we're going to be seeing if that's going to be the case. But since we have at least 3 countries that are new, so we'll have a lot of new gameplays in play. We'll be having some teams feeling a little bit not threatened, but they will feel some sort of pressure, because this is a new country. It has joined us now. We don't know how they're going to handle the fights. We don't even understand their rotations yet. We can't say they're going to be landing in Camp Bravo and we'll be landing in boot camp. We won't encounter each other for a while, so you'll have to study their game. That's not going to be happening. But if you're saying about the countries that have been up there for a while, probably they have a lot to prove, because at the end of the day, at the back of your mind, this is a team that has been doing great. So why shouldn't they do the same now?
Yeah, I mean, you said there were 4 new countries, right? So that is Algeria, Benin, Congo, and of course Zimbabwe, that we've not seen what they are going to be stepping out with onto that battlefield. And I'm all game for it, right? If they're going to look to blow us out of the water, by all means, go for it. And the opportunity should be there. But yeah, I mean, this is the way to go, right? First game. Set the standard, kind of set yourself a bit of a foundation to try and capitalize on as we move into those later stages of today, because I think especially once we get to the triple Erangel, that is where we are going to be seeing quite a bit of a distinction being drawn between that consistency, right? Because Erangel is the bread and butter of Pubg Mobile. So it's the map that's been around the longest. We know that the teams know it like the back of their hands. So I'm curious as to whether or not they're going to...
Yeah, that is actually true. Erangel is every PUBG Mobile's favorite map, especially in this competitive scene. You will find players always finding it easier to play in Erangel than Sanhok. So, of course, they're going to be using that as an advantage to try and get as many points as possible and focus on getting, because after the Erangel, they're going to 2 Miramar maps. It's going to be very sweaty on that side now, because so they have to really maximize on their Erangel games, the 3 maps, and see how they will be handling their eliminations, their placements, because they understand it. We all understand Erangel. So it will be the base point for most of the teams.
Well, okay, so I won't ask you for a prediction, but what I'll do is I'll ask chat to give a prediction, right? So if you're watching
Hmm.
right now, let us know. Give a shout out to the country that you think is going to be the one to walk away with the winner chicken dinner on our first match of the day. And for those of you
Hmm.
who missed it, we are going to be stepping in onto Sanhok. So a lovely, glorious rumble in the jungle. It is going to be hot. It's going to be sweaty. And it's going to be all those other lovely things connected in with it as well. So drop your predictions in the chat. Let us know who do you think is going to be the one to walk away with that very first winner chicken dinner. And of course, well, we should be heading over into that pretty soon to find out exactly what the answer to the question is.
Exactly. It is the first game, and I hope their predictions will be correct because sometimes you make a prediction and then that team decides I put my bet on you, I placed my bet on you, but you came and things happened and now you're maybe the first one to go back to lobby. But I really hope they give us interesting predictions. I hope even someone predicts the new regions.
Ooh, well, speaking about new, here we go. Game number one, match number first over on Sanhok. We have it right then and there. As we look at our flight path, it is going to be on that more southern side. So, again, on Sanhok, right? Flight path is not too impactful with regards to where the teams can reach. The map of this size, everybody can pretty much get themselves to wherever they want to go. I think more importantly on this one, Mitch, is going to be where that first initial zone is going to be forming.
Exactly. That would be very, very interesting to see. But I previously, when we were talking to ourselves, I did mention that most teams tend to enjoy being around the camps, that is Camp Charlie, Camp Bravo. You'll see them trying to go towards that side. Basically, right now, already in the southern side in Charlie, we have already a team there, and in Paradise Resort as well is also crowded. Two regions at the same place.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Ooh, lovely. All right. We're going to be starting with a lovely, glorious northern zone that is going to be applying a little bit of pressure up towards that Tatmok region. But I think this is a good spot to start us off with, especially looking at Trifecta itself, right? Nobody there really to get into anything but Madagascar, though, are going to be running into a bit of a challenge here, as you can see. Algeria, I think that is
Yeah,
that we have
already
just north
won.
of them. They are just knocking on the door.
Yeah, and you asked about this. Are we going to be having at least one country taking on the early fight? And it seems the case because now Madagascar, one of their teammates, now she's down. A second player is down already, and we can see a beautiful cover fire from Magic does get at least one knock, and that will basically give them time to get a revive on their knock teammate. But Algeria here is really trying to focus on that eliminations to make sure that they at least are the first team to go crazy, like you had said earlier in this game.
Well, let's see whether or not Algeria can push through and pick up those eliminations as they are going to be waiting. Magic now looking to make a little bit of that happen as they come through the utilities, not being able to secure any damage or any significant damage at the expense of Algeria. But now it's going to be full send as Roses and the rest of the crew come pushing on forward. They are eager. They are ready. They want those points. Can Magic survive the onslaught? It's going to be shotties just flying all over the place. Got to watch out for that DBS S12K. Oh, beautiful
Wow.
hits. And that is it. Down they go. The entirety of the squad
Mhm.
getting wiped right then and there. Algeria picking up the first four eliminations.
Exactly. I mean, you talked about this. You asked which team is going to be going crazy in the first game, and then we have Algeria doing exactly that. They are the first team to get the first elimination points to their names. I believe that is a plus for them. They should now maybe focus on getting more points in their side placements or maybe a few more eliminations along the way. But when you look at Ruins, another team has decided to go a little bit active in the first zone. We already have two regions already, Benin and Nigeria. And we talked about Benin. We say they're new, so no one knows they're playing, no one knows what they're going to be doing.
Ooh.
But Payne there does get the first knock there, the DBS, a second knock on a player from Nigeria. And that does put Nigeria on a very tight position. Oh, actually, Nigeria has been eliminated from the game.
Yeah, I
What?
mean, their neighbors IRL, right? They're pretty close with regards to the map, but on
Yes.
this map that we're watching, they will not be neighbors. as well, that compound belongs to only one team for the time being. Speaking about belonging, it is going to be Somalia Beast now, just up in the grass, keeping it nice and sneaky, looking for a bit of an entry point and opportunity. But again, the side here from, I believe it's Ghana that we have with them, are going to be keeping an interesting position here, right? Not necessarily looking to overextend on anything just yet, but the response is going to be there. As you can see, the shots now connecting over. Ooh, beautiful hits here. But is Somalia going to be able to wrap this one up? Now, Beast trying to quickly just to get a little bit of loot because they need those meds. But again, on the opposing side, they go up against the solo.
Exactly. Only one person standing from, I believe that is Rise. Rise, I'm not sure the other name, but Rise is the only person standing there. We can see him waiting, but then, I mean, that will be it for Senegal. They have now lost the fight too early in the game as well. I mean, it's just the first zone right now, and we have lost 3 regions as the game is still fresh. You asked who's going to be going crazy. We even say that teams will be playing passively. But
Yeah.
what is happening now is that they have done the exact opposite of what we thought they're going to be doing. We have them going on the aggressive side, getting as many elimination points as they can. Maybe they listened to us and we were not aware, but something definitely has changed in the gameplay for all the regions right now.
Yeah, it definitely did change, and I like that step up. And of course, yeah, big ups going out to Senegal, who I called Ghana. It was Senegal. I understand now why I made the oopsie, because the flag looks very similar. You know, just the orientation that slightly differs, but well done nonetheless. Now we are going to be looking over onto the side here of well, Roses from Algeria, who is just absolutely admiring the ceiling there. It is a pretty good looking ceiling, if I got to say so myself. But in the meanwhile, up in ruins, it is going to be Benin. Kira, just so excited that they have this compound under their control. Nobody here to contest them. In the meanwhile, Egypt, though, up on the mountains, not too far away, are going to be looking to just go about their business, looking to push a little bit closer towards the zone. But for Benin here, Mitch, this is where I want to see them move up into the zone itself, right? A zone is just north of them, but they are 300 odd meters away from getting a good position.
Yeah, that's actually true. And for Benin, we asked about a new region. Yes, they need to get to the safe zone now. They need to focus on their points. They joined as a trio, Pain, Kira, and Valence. And we can see they're actually doing their best to try and survive and get as many points as they can, even though they are a little bit disadvantaged in terms of numbers. But every other region right now, making it to the safe zone might just be the best thing to do now, seeing that most regions will be looking to secure the best locations in the zone and then somehow gatekeep the people who are trying to make it to the safe zone late. And you've mentioned the hills right here where we have the team from Egypt moving from. If the zone was there, there is something that teams tend to enjoy doing and is playing on those hills. Either I got it wrong, but you have seen that before, that they prefer that high ground. And because they have the view, Sanhok is a wide map, an open map, sorry. We have a lot of trees and rocks, but the compounds are not really that much for the teams to use as their cover when it comes to playing here.
Yeah, I mean, that is sometimes a little bit more of a challenging position to try and play through. But who's not having a tough time, though, is going to be the side of Djibouti, right? As they've now spotted out Somalia out in the drink. They're going to look to apply a little bit of that pressure. But Hulk, the unfortunate part is he might run out of air before he gets an opportunity to do anything on the edge here.
Yeah, the players there from Djibouti are really waiting for Somalia players to come towards them. And as we are saying, of course, some teams made it to this zone a little bit early. We can see Djibouti is just by the edge, and they're going to be staying there for a while because they'll try as much as possible to stop all the regions that are going to be trying to make it to the safe zone. It is a tricky spot for Somalia right now. Already one of their teammates there will be grasping for air, while the players from Djibouti are staring at him, waiting for him to make a mistake. I'm really interested to see how this goes. But already Somalia there is getting at least a knock and a fast on the players from Djibouti. I guess the player there, Jacob, made it a little bit easy for them. Distraction.
Well, all we got is
We can
a little bit of
see.
silence.
Okay,
Not
we
quite
have there.
sure
Jacob does
when
get at
Mitch went,
least
but hey, You
two
can see a
knocks.
beautiful
One
spray
of the
coming
players
through here
from
from the side of
Djibouti
Jacob
was
as
knocked
Easy
in. After that
Boy
is King,
is
and now
not
Boy
finding it all
is
too
down as well.
easy
And now we
right
have just
now.
Nasser
It's
as
going to
the
be
only
NASA
person
also just keeping a
remaining
nice little bit
from
of
his team.
Overwatch here.
Beast, they're
But
trying to
Beast
cook up
is
a
going to
nade.
be
Is it gonna
looking to
connect?
cook it.
It
And
actually
with
does
that,
connect, and there we go.
beautiful play. I mean, Djibouti, though, they tried, but Somalia had other plans for them. So they just rushed in. They got the plays going. I think we might have had a little bit of a battle there, right? Aside from the battle that we saw coming through between the teams here as well. The internet doing what it does. We had a bit of fun. Hulk now, of course, getting brought back on their feet. 8 eliminations currently held here for Somalia, so things are looking pretty good. And then if we look over on towards that far eastern side of the map, it is going to be South Africa also now making their approach as they look to squeeze on in. They do have links already establishing a little bit of a foothold further up on towards this northern side. We don't really necessarily see a lot of squads in the vicinity. But if we look back a little bit more towards the western front, that is where Egypt are now looking to get themselves situated and set up, waiting for Somalia to push over that bridge.
Exactly. This game is actually turning out to be better than we thought. We were asking about a little bit of some action, the game starting, and it's exactly that. Now, Somalia, initially they were the ones giving Djibouti a hard time. They were able to eliminate Djibouti, and now we have South Africa looking at them. They're hoping to do the same thing that happened to Djibouti. They're hoping to maybe take Somalia by surprise, but already the zone will be forcing them to move. Egypt as well, at least they made it to the safe zone. But for Somalia here, they might just be having the hardest time when it comes to rotating towards the safe zone.
Speaking about safe zones, I mean, I'm looking at Morocco up in Kau and Tatmok, right? Quite a bit of a spread that they've got going on that front as well. So I'm curious as to whether or not they are going to be looking to capitalize on maybe a bit of a sneak attack as South Africa now starts to move in alongside there. Meanwhile, Egypt still keeping a very steady angle. Good spray coming through here from Nasser all the way across, and Beast getting taken down all the way on that far side of the zone. But now Somalia, they have to do something here, right? Are they going to stick around? Are they going to rush forward? Or will they look for a different position? It does seem like aggression is what they chose. But they ran right
Let's
into
go.
Egypt.
Amazing play there. I mean, he was able to get two players with one spray, and now he has only one person remaining from Somalia. And we can see they're trying to go in for that push, trying to get the pre-fires on the last player, that is Klaus, being quite low. He really wants to go in for that push. And just like that, Egypt have been able to get an easy wipe on the Somalia team. I mean, it's just the first phases, third phase of the zone, and we have 5 countries in lobby. That's
Mm-hmm.
interesting.
Well, I mean, looking at Tunisia, they were also pretty close to the lobby, right? They only have one player left that was able to patch themselves up a little bit more to stay in the fight an extra while longer. But another country that we are yet to see what they're going to be bringing through is going to be, of course, Mauritius, right? As they now also
Yeah.
start to make a bit of a play coming in on that eastern side. Ghana, though, all the way out in the blue, sipping on some blue juice. As fun as it is, you got to get out of that and get yourself back into safety as a power baby is just recharging. It almost looks like a lizard lying out in the sun, just, cooking a little bit, getting themselves ready for the next bit of action because they got to step up. Mauritius, they got this ball rolling, but Algeria now already up to 5 eliminations.
Yeah, they're doing a good job so far. Mauritius, there. I mean, I haven't seen the lizard because everyone's scared of one. But honestly, what's happening now is that Mauritius already has frogs in lobby. Three of their players, two of them right in front of Algeria. We can see Fabian also trying to get closer, but they have to be really, really careful. I can see there is another team basically right behind them at their back, and they are basically the sandwiched team right now. They have Algeria in front of them. They have a region behind them. They're going to be really stressed when it comes to figuring out what to do next. They have to find a way of making it to the zone. They cannot lose players to the blue zone, and they cannot lose players as well to the teams right in front and behind them.
Yeah, you gotta have to choose your battle wisely here, but a good setup coming through from Algeria as they try to leverage the edge play. The blue zone is not going to make it easy as it's just shifted ever so slightly, but still quite focused over onto the side here. We do see Niger also now starting to come through with a bit of a push, a slow approach on that northern side. So Mauritius, they're going to have to keep their heads on a swivel, because if they get too focused over onto Algeria, they are going to have quite a bit of a surprise rolling over that mountain.
That's really actually very true. Beautiful need there from Mauritius player Logic. Does get a beautiful connecting need on the players from Algeria. And I believe that will be their chance to go in for that push. Two of their players are down. Roses is in lobby. Triple X is trying to get the revive. So for now, the players from Algeria are not having an easy game. The Mauritius team made the right call. They chose their battle. They decided the zone can wait. We have to finish this fight before we can move into the next phase of the zone. We have them going in for that push. Fabian and his teammate getting closer. Beautiful nades are getting cooked towards the players from Mauritius, but then none has connected yet. So I really hope Algeria has a plan behind that, because only two players remaining from their side with three players from Mauritius. A beautiful nade on Logic, and our three players remain standing. And Algeria has to really take this as their chance to go towards the zone or try and finish the fight.
Well, they're going to have to do either or, but it's going to be Algeria now just trying to ensure that there's no ambush coming in alongside them. But look at Gage. Gage has other things in mind as they do look to apply themselves. Hunter getting spotted out in the open. Quick reaction with the S12K. Now the M4 here from Triple X, or well, a lot of X's heading right up into the side there of Algeria, as a beautiful nade now gets the point scored. Gage playing a little bit of hide and seek. Ooh, but of course their position has been known, and down they go. Team Benin are going to be the next one to fold, and we are down to 6 remaining. That is it. The Elam count is going to start to climb considerably at this point, but Ghana, though, they've not found any eliminations whatsoever just yet.
Yeah, they've lost 3 of their players, so that's quite heavy on their side. I'm hoping the last player does decide to play very much on the passive side of the game, try to be slow with the rotation, wait for teams to maybe make it to the stage, and then I'll come in a little bit, not late, where teams can support him. But if he can use this as a chance of just waiting it out, then maybe he can get more points for his team. Maybe the placement points will be something that can help Ghana right now. But for now, in terms of elimination points, they're really lacking on that side. But the zone here is about to move, and we can only see one country that has already made it to the zone, and that is Egypt. But then everyone else right now has to make the rotations. They have to go towards Tatmok. But will they be able to go there easily without encountering each other and being forced to take on fights?
I mean, Morocco is also already pretty well secured, as we can see them just locking down the compounds, right? So the lumberyard, good luck with rushing onto Marshall and the rest of the players there, because they are going to try and keep everybody away from what they've claimed as their own for the time being. But I think Egypt, though, a beautiful 2-1-1 split that they have. 2 players up north focusing, trying to clear out a little bit of that pressure that could come rolling on through. But now it is going to be Ghana that could find their way back into the lobby as South Africa rushes over the ridge, picks up power, baby, and off they go. The 4th elimination on board now. But the work is not done yet, right? South Africa still has to watch out for the bumps in the road, I guess, as you come flying on in here. But again, there's a lot of pressure still, right? They do have a beautiful bit of high ground to play off of, taking this northern approach. But with Morocco and Egypt situated there already, it's not going to be an easy entry.
Exactly. And we looking at Egypt, Nasser right now, he just spotted the players from South Africa. He's going to be pressuring them so much that they cannot be able to make it to a better, or rather a safe compound without the players from Egypt taking at least a couple of hits on them. But already one of their teammates, that is Jen again, has been knocked. And they're probably going to be focusing on that. Looking at South Africa's side, they seem to have a team right next to them, and they're getting a lot of damage on South Africa. 2 of their players already. One is down, the other is quite low. So they should really focus on either making it to the zone, leave the fights for now, and then focus on the zone, or the players from Egypt will be making it really, really hard for them to get the rotations happening for now.
Yeah, and this is exactly that which I was talking about. And Egypt are relentless as they now push on forward. South Africa taking quite a bit of a beating. Not quite sure if they are going to be able to survive the onslaught here. As you can see, Egypt now sending it up, looking to get those confirmations. They know that there are a few players somewhere in the surrounding area. South Africa down to a solo now, and all hope seems to have kind of, flushed away by the lovely bit of water behind them. A quick little cheeky nade up in the top. Ooh, there we go. All right, it does find again. So it's not all downhill just yet.
Oh.
But if NASA has any say in the matter, they are going to lock it in as they finish the play right there. 3 now remain. It's Algeria, it is Morocco, and Egypt. And I mean, look at those Elam tallies.
Exactly. And you mentioned this. I believe you've kind of made a prediction at the beginning of the game where you wanted to see how Egypt and Morocco will be performing. Will they still be up in terms of rankings? And they're exactly where you asked them, are they going to be there or not? Even for the eliminations, like you've said, they really have good numbers and they're also getting the placement points. I can only imagine the teams that went back to lobby early in the game. Closing this margin now will take a lot because the first game is somewhat the determinant of the margin that is going to be set by the most of the regions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
100% agree with you on that. And of course, you know, coming off the back of this first game with double digits to your name, that is going to be pretty difficult for the rest of the lobby to try and catch up to. But Somalia are still holding steady with those 8 eliminations that they were able to score a little bit earlier on. But now it's all down to this final showdown, the final push, as Morocco now will be fully put to the test to see if they can kind of keep Algeria and Egypt at bay. Algeria, though, coming through with a 2-piece. Egypt also in a 2-piece. So Morocco, they have the numbers advantage, not necessarily the positional advantage, but they do have quite a lot to play from.
Yeah, the numbers are everything sometimes. At least if we don't lose everyone, we might lose one of you as you try to make it to the safe zone and try get your chicken dinner as well. But then Egypt, Nasser, they're really trying to use the vehicle there to the best of his ability to see. I mean, as long as you enter the vehicle, you might just have a better view, but staying there will not be the best thing for him. Morocco, they're getting a couple of knocks on Algeria, and that will, of course, give them a chance to go in for that push.
Ooh.
Hunt, triple X being quite low. Egypt, third party in the fight. And we have now 2 countries remaining, Morocco and Egypt. Basically, who's
Yeah.
giving us a chicken tonight?
Who's getting the first one? That is going to be the big question we'll look to have answered right here. But it's a good change, right? Because Morocco, no surprise, last year they performed quite well in this first game. I got to say, though, a big up going to Egypt for what they've done so far in this first match, right? A much stronger performance in the first game of the day. And there we have it. Lazy Boy steps up and locks it in. The winner chicken dinner. There we have our answer. We know exactly who is the country to walk away victorious for the first game of many. It's Morocco.
Exactly. Beautiful gameplay coming from them. The rotations, every single call they made has finally played out and they've been able to get their chicken dinner. So congratulations there for that amazing game. The first game of the day is usually the determinant sometimes not. So, but I can say that will give Morocco at least as one step ahead. At least some esteem there has been increased. They have at least something to talk about. They know they have done well, so they should now focus on maintaining the same tempo throughout the games.
Yeah, and I mean, there's quite a bit of tempo that they've already established. So, as you've said, the challenge is, will they be able to maintain, right? Will they be able to roll that over come game number 2, 3, 4, and the rest? Of course, we'll only find out in one way, right? We have to step into those games to see exactly what they bring to the foreground. But I also want to commend the performance that we saw come through from Algeria, right? First time that we see them in the qualifiers, and they brought in quite a bit of that aggression, right? Just getting right down to business, securing all the points that they can. So really love to see it. But yep, that is where we are. Now, just want to double check from production if we are going to be heading into a quick break while we get the points ready, or are we going to hop straight into it? It seems like we might show it on screen before going anywhere else. So
Yeah.
we'll get to that very, very soon. But yeah, I mean, I think the Sanhok, a very good one. Up into Stadtmok, always a challenging position to play, especially looking at the elevation that's coming
Hmm.
through over on from that western side. Of course, I think that balance with the compound really challenges these squads to see who's going to be the one to survive the longest and make it to the very, very end. But quite a few challenges decided to step up to the plate. And of course, if you missed that winner chicken dinner, the final few plays of the game, here we go again. NASA getting taken down as Lazy Boy kind of goes in the opposite direction as their name suggests, right? Doing anything other than being lazy, getting aggressive instead, and making sure they walk away with good points on board. But yeah, that is a very healthy showing of aggression. And I think if that is kind of to show us what the teams are going to be bringing in for the rest of the day, I can tell you now, Mitch, this is going to be quite a wild day we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we have to talk about Benin. We saw Benin doing something there. We asked how they're going to be performing. Will they change the tables? Will they make us question where do we want to see these regions when the games come to an end tonight? Will they be somewhere up there, somewhere we've not seen them before?
Mm.
And I really loved how they handled the fight in ruins, and I'm hoping they can also continue the same initiative and continue taking in all early fights, battling the teams, trying to see how they can take on these teams. They're new to going against them. So that is
Mm.
really something I'm going to be looking at to see how they play. But otherwise, the last one was everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a play that was indeed. I believe we are going to be hopping into a break while we make sure that we've got all the points properly tallied. I think there was a bit of grass that got in somewhere, so we're going to have to do, just make sure that, all the plant stuff is outside and all the point stuff is on the other side. So, yeah, while we take care of that, enjoy the break and we'll be back in a short few moments. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to take a look and see exactly where the teams find themselves after our very first match. We had the glorious rumble in the jungle. Morocco decided, they've got this. They stepped up and they got themselves that first winner chicken dinner. But aside from one country, we need to see where the rest ended up, what the point situation is, and of course, who needs to do a little bit of work coming into our second match of the day. But Mitch, this is where I want to ask what your opinion is on what we saw in that first game, aside from what we've discussed already so far.
Mhm. Yeah, I think I'm going to be what I think now is happening, especially for the teams that got eliminated too early in the game. I hope now when we get to see the stats, they'll have something to look into and decide this is how we're going to be playing. We're going to be changing our perspective. Maybe we wanted to start aggressive and that did not work out. So let's now change that and go maybe on the passive side. Let's take our time. Let's analyze the game and see, okay, we've been able to survive maybe up to the phase. Okay, now we can try be on the aggressive side compared to initially.
Well, speaking about initially, of course, it is Morocco that initiated the first match of the day here, securing themselves a decent finish. Lazy Boy going through with 7 eliminations for 11 in total for the squad. So a very impressive play that we saw coming through there. El Chapo with the most assists. So it's good to have a little bit of backup when you come rushing into all the insanity that we had in our game number 1. But of course, I mean, we got to take a look and see what the rest has for us, right? Where these teams find themselves. And here we have the overall spread, right? All the contributions, unfortunately. El Chapo only brought in the assistance and couldn't really secure themselves eliminations. Of course, left all of that to Lazy Boy, Senke, and Marshall to sort out in the meantime. But yeah, Sanhok is one of those maps where you could definitely get quite aggressive. And this is exactly what we saw coming on that end. I think next up we are going to be hopping into that match summary to see where those points are. We did see quite a few squads actually securing themselves 8 eliminations plus, right? So that all kind of worked its way up to the glorious 52 eliminations that we had in total.
Yeah, and looking at the knocks there, we can see at least 47. And it means the players were really trying to put there. They were really trying to get the knocks as much as they can, even though they were not able to test them. The troubles used at 80, that does make sense. We saw a lot of grenades, especially when we had the fight with Mauritius. That was a lot of grenades flying on the side when they were going against Algeria. So that does make sense there. Long distance being 313 meters. I haven't seen any player using a sniper, so being able to spray that long is really impressive, and I hope that spray was able to give them at least a knock or an elimination on the player that was being sprayed on during that game.
I can tell you it was definitely not done with the DBS, right? DBS doesn't hit that range, not that I'm aware of, unless it's miraculously changed and the DBS became a sniper in some weird,
Miracles
strange way.
happen.
It could be, but I think we did see a lot of the M4s and so on getting utilized throughout this match, so it makes sense to see that kind of reach being brought on through. So yeah, there's always a lot to look at as these teams look to surprise us all across the board. But this has been the very first match. This has only been but a taste of what we could look to see come through for the rest of today and tomorrow. Speaking about which, though, here we have our points. The 21-pointer going over to the side of Morocco, with Egypt and Algeria hard on their heels, coming through with 16 and 13 points respectively. Of course, South Africa and Somalia each securing themselves those 8 points. And then we can see Niger as well as Benin, Ghana, and Tunisia then closing up our top 9, finishing on a glorious 3 points. But we got to take a look at page number next, right? That second page, to see where the point situation stops. And it stops with Mauritius. So the top 10 squads, top 10 rather, are all the teams that have points on the board. Everybody else will have to lock in as we move into our second match. So for Congo, Zimbabwe, the pressure is going to be on here. Ivory Coast as well. I'm curious as to whether or not they are going to come through with a strong approach in game number 2.
Yep, that is something we'll be waiting to see. I'm really surprised to see Mauritius there at 10th. when it comes to the overall ranking. But I hope they'll also do something about their rankings there. But Zimbabwe, Ivory Coast, Congo, they're new here, and we'll be waiting to see how they play in the next games. Already Benin has set the pace, so I hope they'll follow that and do a little bit more in terms of their games for tonight when you go into the next maps. I mean, it's Erangel, so that should be better for most of the teams.
And I think the exciting part is that we are going to be going into 3 Erangels, right? So there will be a lot of opportunity for teams to try and continuously build and build and build. So we could see quite a bit of a shift coming through with regards to those points. But as we moved into that final stretch on this first game, we had Morocco and Egypt on their showdown. Both teams coming through with a very aggressive play. 10 versus 11 eliminations, but a lot more damage being done by the side of Egypt. And it makes kind of sense because we did see quite a bit of a wider spread from the Egyptian team. So the numbers are, of course, translated, and any of these two could have been the one to secure that winner chicken dinner. But now, right, that is our head-to-head part being done right there. It is locked on in. And I think the big one that we could maybe look to see is exactly, what the team's response will be as we make a move over onto the first stretch, right? The first stretch, of course, is going to be that triple dose of Erangel. It's going to be an exciting one. But hey, there's a lot to be seen here.
Exactly. I mean, Erangel is where all eyes will be, because as soon as they finish Erangel, they'll go back to Miramar. I keep on saying that. Miramar is sweaty. Erangel is usually a smooth ride because they understand the map. They know if I go in this area, there's a building or a shack we can use to advantage. But when you leave Erangel, now you go to another land, and that is Miramar, where everything is open. Pure hills. If you do not know which hill to hold, that will be something different. So we'll see how they handle Erangel. This should be where the teams gather and say, okay, this is our holy grail. We have to take it. We have to move with it. Get as many points as we can. Let's create a big margin, and then let's wait and see what Miramar will give us. So I'm really excited about the next maps. It's Erangel.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot on that. And of course, as we already mentioned, this is the opportunity for teams that still need points to do exactly that. So the pressure is going to be on. And I think the big thing is moving into game number 2 is if Morocco and Egypt, the teams already situated well at the top of those overall standings, are not caught on the early stages of the game, they're going to have a bit of a runaway, right? Morocco, I think, especially looking at the players that they have, we know that they've got quite a bit of experience amongst them, especially looking at El Chapo, looking at Marshall, looking at Lazy Boy and Senke. So we know that they've got the XP, right? But what is the rest of the lobby's response to that? Are they going to allow that, right? Are they going to let them move through? Or could we see some of the other countries looking to step up and challenge them? So far, it does seem like Egypt tried to do a little bit of that, and they actually performed quite well. But game number 2, we need a continuation, right? We need that next bit in the story as well.
Yeah, we need more of that. We need to see what will happen next. Now that you've said Morocco has the experience, so that is something teams should put at the back of their mind. They should understand you're not going just against Morocco itself. You're going against experienced players who understand what they need to do, where they need to be able to get their points there. Egypt, yes, coming in, getting to give them a little bit of a hard time. But we also have regions like South Africa. They tried to survive throughout the game there. The only problem is that they were sandwiched by the two regions, actually, Morocco and Egypt. They sandwiched South Africa, and they ended up losing that fight. But when you look at South Africa, it means they're ready to take on Morocco. It's just that they have not been given that chance. So I hope we'll see them also leaning towards that side. Maybe they'll understand maybe a little bit of Morocco. They have the experience, yes, but why not challenge them and see where we can stand at the end of the day?
I mean, it makes sense because if you look at the overall performance that South Africa brought in last year's qualifiers, they finished quite strongly, right? They made it up onto that 5th place. So the game very, very close, but I want to see not only South Africa, but even more of the countries that came really close to making it through to that next stage to try and push for that, right? To try and secure that exact position, because as we've already established, Egypt, Morocco, they are very confident and they are very comfortable with kind of playing through this pressure, right? So we want to see who and how rather the other countries can look to respond to that. But yeah, looking at what you were saying about South Africa getting pincered into right in between Egypt and Morocco, it's not a super ideal kind of rotation to make, as we saw them coming through along that northern side already with those two squads well situated right then and there. But hopefully, as we move up into Erangel, things could maybe play out a little bit more differently, right? I'm looking to see if we'll have teams that focus a lot more of their efforts on either center zone or looking to potentially maybe dominate the edge of zone, because I think there's merit in both of those approaches, right? If you play for a little bit more of an edge angle, you could definitely look to pick up a few of the teams that are looking to rotate up in towards zone, right? You will definitely have a great opportunity to secure those eliminations. But is that going to be the shift? Is that going to be the play? We don't know. I think the zone will be the one to tell us that.
Yep, that is true. And talking about rotations, I mean, we can say in Erangel, the rotation will also come to play because anything can happen in Erangel. It's too big. Imagine a game where you have the bridge as the safest place in the game. Which side will you be coming from? Will you be on the other side where people are finding it hard to cross, or will you be in the safe zone, making it hard for everyone to cross towards the safe zone? I mean, a lot of things are coming to play here. The rotations there. We had a lot of teams. Somalia had to swim to find their way to go against Djibouti. So all these rotations, the zone being the determinant, I really hope actually the IGLs have something in mind about that.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon exactly what they have, as we are going to be making our way onto our second match of the day. We are going to be starting with hugs on the plane. There we go. A little bear and little bunny, nicely divided. But it does seem like the flight path is going to be starting us up in that southeastern corner. We can see Everest off in the distance. So not too much of a slice through this overall map. So it is going to have some kind of an impact as to the teams that like to situate themselves a little bit more towards the north. But then there's always just the vehicle, right? Grab a car, off you go, boom. You can get to where you need to go. The big kicker is going to be where that zone will take us.
Exactly. And talking about vehicles, Erangel has the most vehicles. If someone is unable to get a vehicle, then something should be done about that. They should be able to take the vehicles and make their rotations throughout the game. This is Erangel, a very well known map in PUBG, and where they land so far will be everything. It's almost similar to Sanhok when you look at the flight path. It is also on the southern side of Erangel. Sanhok had the same type of flight path. It leaned towards the southern side, and the zone decided to go on the other side. So I'm not sure if that's okay. That is exactly the case.
Yeah, same, but different map. So it's interesting as to who's going to look to get themselves into an early setup with regards to the zone here. We do see Algeria, they are going to be opting into the George Bull region as they are taking a very steady fly on in here. Not a lot of opposition, so there is going to be a good opportunity to get some loot, but it does seem like they will instead prioritize their vehicles to have that somewhat safety barrier buffer ready to go should they need it. But we didn't really see.
For this game, I will be honest, I'll be looking at the rotations, seeing that Erangel, everyone knows how to play Erangel. So the rotation there will be the factor. How good are you when it comes to understanding maps in PUBG Mobile? Since Erangel is the most played by most teams, that's something we'll be the judges of later. But so far, so good. I don't see anyone looking to get into an early fight other than Madagascar and Senegal being Ines Naya Poliana.
Yeah, this could be an interesting start here. Senegal had a little bit of a bumpy run as we saw previously on our first game. So they are definitely going to be looking to secure a lot more points this time around. And I think playing at the spread that they have up in Yasnaya Poliana could maybe buy them that opportunity. But you still got to watch out, as you said, right? They do have a little bit of pressure rolling in alongside them. So it's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows and whatnot. Madagascar is going to look to move it. So the pressure will be on. For the rest of the lobby, though, it's pretty quiet. There's not a lot really happening. We do see South Africa also now venturing a little bit further up north, getting pretty close there to the side of Savoni. but we do see Hulk and the rest of the crew there as well. So it's not going to be too much of an easy entry to make. They still have to bring a little bit of caution along with them as they do come rolling on forward. And so, Somalia, they might find a little bit of that heat. Meanwhile, Senegal still holding steady. Algeria, they look a little bit restless, right? They want Elims. They had so many in the previous game, but they want more.
Yeah. They seem to be making their rotations. I am not sure where they're looking to go, but they're really moving around the map here. They want to be everywhere at the same time. As you can see, they haven't really made any stop yet. So maybe they're satisfied with the utilities they took while they landed. And I hope that will pay off because this rotation is everything. They just passed by where we have Morocco and no one made a sound from Morocco. So that tells us Morocco is not ready to take on Ali fights because at the end of the day, I believe Morocco is still looking to get another chicken dinner when it comes to Erangel game one.
Yeah, well, a lot of movement not coming through. We did see a few teams getting pretty close, but no major plays have been made just yet. Madagascar still playing it safe over on towards this western side, not looking to aggress too much over on towards the eastern side. So I think for Senegal, it's okay. It's okay. Both squads can hold it out. I think essentially they're just waiting to see where that zone is going to be going. Once we make our way into stage number 2, that is where the teams know exactly what to do moving forward. Marshall admiring the scenery. Same can be said here by Lazy Boy, just taking us on a bit of a scenic roll through. El Chapo, though, yeah, it's not going to fall for that. It's like, no, 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 no. We got to keep our eyes and ears open. Anybody could roll up at any point. And they have to be careful because I think I just saw Egypt off in the distance there as well.
Yeah, it looks like we'll be having another Egypt Morocco clash. We're not sure if they're going to be taking this fight yet. Algeria missed this fight by a minute because they passed by here, just moving around looking for the eliminations. I think this will have been their best chance of maybe third partying and getting some points on their side. If that is what they're looking for, if it's the eliminations they're trying to gather as the zone moves up, then maybe if they had waited there for a little bit of time, they
into the action, making their way through, looking to just wrap around that eastern side of the zone. Of course, it is going to be a little bit of that hot pursuit on their heels as well, just trying to get ahead of everything here. Ooh, but the action is there. Senegal, they're going to look to come in strong on this one. But Mitch, there's so much happening here. Ooh, the spray down Nigeria again, getting packed up and shipped out. Yeah, you're going to have that backup, going to have that assistance at the ready. Ooh, look at this, though. The push is there as Egypt now. Start with the spray down. Oh, great play, though. Just Madagascar running into a little bit of a tough situation. Not the greatest rotation to try and sneak through, as Egypt and Algeria is now having their way with them. Zaxi having a bit of a tough time trying to get on the vehicle. I think they are opting to try and jump up onto that roof. But Egypt, though, again, just locking in with the aggression. Good position, good angle that they have to try and capitalize on. But I think this is where rotations could get a little bit more challenging. Senegal, in the meanwhile, are going to look to drift their way out of Yasnaya Poliana as they push further and further afield, just pushing across the ridges. It's going to be Algeria. Still, I like this bridge setup that they have here. This could open up quite a bit of an opportunity for for them against the teams that are going to be rotating in from that eastern side. Well, let's see how this will pan out for Senegal. The blue has caught up to them, but the pressure is going to be coming in hard as we see Niger now rolling up behind them. So whatever they decide to do, they have to be really quick about it. Senegal, though, actually looking pretty decent here. 5 eliminations up. Good spot that they have, at least on the front line, with Nasty Boy now looking to get that all secured. But then again, right, where is the rest of the team? You were talking about Rise earlier. The zone is going to push. So whatever they do, they need to get the heck out of blue, because stage 4 blue is going to hurt considerably more than what it did in phase number 3. Niger, though, they're going to try and hold on as they are down to essentially a 2-piece. They've rushed up alongside the players here from Somalia. Beast and the rest of the crew now getting ready for the showdown. It's going to be Klaus, though, that gets packed up and shipped down. Down goes Wick. And this is Niger now down to Eagle. Can they wing it? Can they lock it in? Jacob and Beast not going to let that one slide, as they will now look to send out the utilities. They want to secure the points and pick up a beautiful squad wipe. All right, so here we are as Niger, and everybody is now just trying to hold on. It is looking pretty tough with Somalia full setting it, and there we go. As Niger wraps it up, that is the end of the road for them. Somalia, though, on an absolute rampage. 3 eliminations secured. That's still a good long way to go, as we are looking at the clock. It is going to be counting down. We've got 2 minutes and a bit of change left before we'll hit that stage number 5. So Somalia trying to come into this next phase with as many numbers as they can muster. But as we also then see off in the distance, right, things are not getting easier by any measure. It is Egypt still locked down over at the pump station here at the garage, making sure that nobody's going to look to sneak up on them. We do have Djibouti off in the distance. Again, not looking to aggress too much, just trying to figure out what the play and the strategy could be here. All right, so here we go. As the angles are holding nice and steady. Senegal up on the north. Peace and Jacob now starting to roll on through. Looking if anything could be made available to them. So Senegal trying to play all the different angles they can find, but Senegal now running into a little bit of difficulty. Congo going to be the next team to get eliminated. Is going to be Egypt welcoming the players from Somalia in with open barrels. Senegal now trying to reach up into Algeria. We do have our first vehicle elimination coming up in shooting range. So Morocco trying to be a little bit more sparing with the ammunition. So Djibouti is the next one down. We've got 9 squads now remaining. You see that feed going absolutely crazy. It is carnage. It is chaos. It is mayhem coming in from all directions. Benin, the next one down. Tunisia still to find themselves a few eliminations. We can see them locked towards that 8th position. They got 3 players in the game currently. Not quite sure what happened to number 4. Did they get knocked down or something else happened? Not quite sure. But Egypt, though, still looking pretty golden here. Also sitting with 5 eliminations up, sharing that lead with the side of Senegal. But the consistency is showing and it's looking pretty good here. As Egypt have a great bit of a vantage point to try and play off of. I think Algeria could maybe pose a little bit of a threat to the angles being utilized here by Egypt. But the zone is going to play quite aggressively in the favor of Egypt, as all the squads will now have to rotate up into their territory. Nasty Boy trying to make a run for it, only barely surviving the quick push. You can see Rise also just on that very edge. But there's now going to be a lot of responsibility on the shoulders here for Nasty Boy, right? Can they secure a good safe entry for the rest of their team? You can see Ghana also just up ahead as well. So there's a lot of movement, a lot of congestion now starting to develop over on towards this eastern side. Egypt, though, they don't seem to be all too phased, as they feel quite comfortable. They've been in this situation before. They're going to look to just ride it out. But only time will tell where they will have to move towards next. We've got about 2 minutes left until we see where stage number 6 are going to be taking us. But look at NASA, though, as Tunisia come rolling on through. Tunisia in dire need of points. They are so close to securing themselves more than just that one placement point, which is going to come with a potential 8th place if they do. And there we have it. It is confirmed. Tunisia is the next squad out of here. But they've got their first points on board. Now, Egypt looking to lock it in. They do find one of the players coming through from the side of Ghana. Oh, a quick response, though. Ghana's not going to let that one go by unpunished. Now, Egypt holding on with their 3-piece as they look to ascend, already hitting double-digit eliminations all the way up to 11. Ghana now, ooh, getting caught in a very uncomfortable spot, and down they go, but a valiant effort being brought in here by them as well. Egypt now on an absolute rampage. Let's see how far they can look to push this game. Senegal still having difficulty getting their full squad securely positioned. Madagascar having a different kind of problem here. As you can see, Magic running into a vehicle and cannot move any further than that. But this is not the best spot for Magic to be in, as we do have Somalia right there on the edge towards their northwestern front. And of course, now the stacking of vehicles is going to draw quite a bit of attention. Senegal could also very, very comfortably reach the angles here of Madagascar. but the zone is still somewhat vast, so it's not going to be all too easy to just come in and clap that one up. Algeria still in the swing of things, making it quite difficult now for Senegal to move up. Nasty Boy getting absolutely. This is Algeria's play. Will they get it though? We did see Somalia getting a quick cheeky play there as well, but that is it. Senegal, out they go, done and dusted. Algeria now climbing up to 7 eliminations. Egypt up to 15. So we could be looking at Algeria and Egypt fighting for control of that winner chicken dinner. Morocco is going to be the next one out of here as Lazy Boy gets run over. Somalia is going to be down to a two-piece, quite removed from the engagements that we've seen up in towards the zone itself. But this is giving Egypt and Algeria a great opportunity to really build that momentum. And of course, this is Erangel 1 of 3. So whatever the teams can get done here today, they are going to look to just capitalize on it as much as possible. But now, Egypt, 17 eliminations in the bag. Mitch, are they going to be able to get more? Are they going to hit the 20 bomb?
Probably they are, because I can see Somalia right in front of them, and Nasser is not letting them move at all. He's getting the damage there. You can see at least one player there from Somalia has already been taken down. That means for Egypt, that one elimination there on that side will be everything for them, because they're looking so much on the Somali side because they really want that elimination. It's actually good to see Algeria is also here. 18 eliminations for Egypt, 2 more to go, and they'll be hitting the 20-point mark. So I believe it's possible now for them, very much possible.
Well, if they want 30, they're going to have to get that winner chicken dinner. And essentially, I think the only team standing between them and a 30 bomb is going to be the front of Algeria, who still has all 4 of their players up. Egypt, they've been brought down to a 3-piece, but with the distraction coming through on Egypt, it allows Algeria to actually sneak in, as we can see how close they've been able to get here. But this is going to be go time now, as Algeria are ready to lock in. They know that chicken is so close. They can almost taste it. They can see the feathers, but can they find the rest?
They can see the feathers, of course. 2 teams remaining now. Algeria, of course, are really feeling more on the winning side right now. They have the numbers same to Egypt, but the rotation they're making here, the vehicle, trying to scope out the place, trying to see where is Egypt. Can we do something about it? And then again, is really looking at Algeria players. The 2 of them, we have a triple X and player right in front of him. If anything goes wrong, then Algeria will have one of their players down, and now they'll have 2 of them remaining. That will be really, really intense. And Nadia does come from Algeria, does get some damage on Jen again, but he really needs to be very much careful because right now Egypt is not looking to lose this fight at any point.
Well, the pressure is going to be on as Algeria now choose violence, right? They want to get those eliminations. There's 3 players, so the highest they can go is hitting 10 eliminations. However, for the side of Egypt, it's a completely different situation. They are so close to maybe getting their hands on a 30 bomb. Something I've not seen in a very long time in PUBG. But here we are, Egypt with 19 eliminations up. They still only have those 3 players to try and make a little bit of magic happen with here. But I love this position coming through from the side of Algeria, right? They're not going to be exposing themselves. They're going to be keeping their position quite locked in. But then again, you look over to the side of Egypt, and they are just spread out, right? Trying to cover as much of the zone as they can. We've got Zuxi on that far southern side, Nasser on the northern side. And then, of course, we've got, again, smack dab center running around taunting everybody is like, come at me, bro, come at me.
Yeah, exactly that. If you've seen one of the players from Egypt, that is Zuxi, I believe that, yes, he is all the way right on the hillsides. The zone is about to push him. He really needs to go and move towards his teammates, but he really wants to linger around that side and wait for the players from Algeria to make a mistake, because I feel like that will be an upper hand for Egypt if anyone from Algeria is not careful. and Zuxi spots them, that will give them at least one knock on Algeria. But now the zone is going to be pushing him, and he will be forced to now join his teammates. Right now, this is the longest wait, I believe, for Egypt and Algeria. Everyone is trying to move around. No one wants to get closer to the other. They're just waiting for one person to make a mistake, and then just like that, they have a fight. But no one is getting closer to the other. The nades there from Algeria are really getting good damage on Zuxi. One nade does connect
Ooh.
there, and one player from Algeria is down, and Zuxi is not taking any L's. He still wants to cook more nades and maybe get more knocks on Algeria.
I mean, I gotta say, Egypt playing like they've got 8 players in their squad, right? They are only 3. That's what they've got left, but they look like they've got 8. And now look at Zuxi on the front line, trying to just pick up a quick, easy spray over onto the side there of a lot of X's. Now, triple X just on the opposite edge here. Oh, but NASA finds the play, sends it out with the S12K. And the shots are just connecting up so beautifully. But this is where things now get quite important for Egypt especially, right? If they want to get that winner chicken dinner, they're going to have to continue with this momentum. They're going to have to try and build up on that. And that seems to be what they have in mind, as now it is going to be NASA creeping up, but again, has been spotted out. So this is now that opportunity for Algeria to strike back. They are down to a solo versus a potential trio still coming through from the side of Egypt. But NASA, the only one on their feet, the only one to try and make a difference. But will they get that confirmation? Will they get the winner chicken dinner? Because it's 1v1.
Exactly. And NASA is really aggressive with his sprays there and trying to get as many knocks on the sides of Algeria. He has done a good job so far, and the pressure is now finally big enough for everyone to realize that this is the last fight that will determine if Egypt will be getting to the 30 plus points, because already in terms of their eliminations, they're already past 20. And for Algeria, they're not that bad off as well. They have at least 12 eliminations. So every team right now is looking towards seeing how they can find the chicken dinner here. They've both gotten their revives. They're back to a 2v2. It was a 1v1 initially. What have I said? Algeria has eight eliminations, and we have the players from Egypt having 21. So that's something I believe if Algeria gets a chicken dinner, they won't be that bad off in terms of their points, getting closer to Egypt and maybe where they were when the leaderboard was read at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, no, that is 100% possible, but we'll find out who will have that chicken to brag with. I mean, if Egypt guesses, this would be pretty dang crazy, right? 21 eliminations, there is 2 more. So that would put them on 23, plus the winner chicken dinner points. That is a grand total of 33 points. Absolutely insane. But now, who's going to be the one to lock on in, right? It's the final showdown, as we are now in stage number 9. Again, is in zone, pretty close to center, so they don't have to move a muscle. The pressure is going to be on the side here of Algeria, because both their players on the far reaches that. It's going to be roses down. Triple X gets up and down they go. Egypt walks away with 23 eliminations and a winner chicken dinner. Mitch, what on earth?
You asked that. I just came back, and the first thing you asked me is Egypt going to be getting the 20-point mark, and they listened and they decided, let's add a little bit of something on that 20. Let's give it 3 more points on top, and they got 23. That's really impressive. And not only that, I mean, placement points for a chicken dinner, that's way high. 33 points, second game, seeing that they already did a good job. Even though they didn't get a chicken dinner in game 1, they got position 2. So imagine the number of points they're getting together with just the first 2 games.
I mean, let's put it into perspective, right? Egypt last year, match number 2, okay? They got 24 points in total for the match, right? This time around, they got 23 points just on eliminations. Eliminations, that's it, right? That's not the total tally. It's over and above that. This is the most that Egypt has scored so far. The highest that they've gotten last year was 27 points in one single match. This time around, they're like, 27, that's a joke. Let's go for 33. Let's go and try and break the bank. And I think, Mitch, they not only broke the bank, I think it's theirs now.
Yeah, they've done the unbelievable. They have come in and done something. Well, we said who's going to go crazy. I think Egypt has raised their hand and said it's going to be us. So
Mhm.
just watch the game and enjoy. And we did exactly that. And they have done a good job there securing the 33 total points from that game. Looking at the final blow, this was really impressive. John again had the best rotation. And when Triple X tried to get closer for that push, immediately he spotted him and he stopped him right on his track before he could do anything to his teammate in the last fight.
I mean, if the strategy is just a big brain strat, you can't fault it, right? It just worked out phenomenally for the side there of Egypt. But a good read on the zone, a phenomenal showing of aggression coming through on their end. But you got to give it up to Algeria as well, right? Algeria played a super aggressive game again, back to back. So they keep that consistency there. They keep the pressure up. So if Egypt's not careful, I think Algeria is definitely going to give them a run for their money.
Of course, of course. Algeria was quite patient with that last fight. I mean, no one wanted to be exposed. They had I can say the worst place positioning in terms of the last fight. Looking at Egypt, they had the petrol station. They could stay there the whole time and not get anything happening on the side. But Algeria was open and they used that to their advantage as much as they could. They ensured no one was getting exposed. We're not getting the first knocks. Do not go towards the road because, well, there's a player from Egypt and he's waiting. So if you go on that road, then we'll get exposed. So I can say Algeria will give Egypt a run for their money. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the overall spread that they had, it was just so difficult to contest against that. So big ups going out to the side of Egypt. Of course, we'll be back with a breakdown right after the break, so stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you missed it, Egypt is on fire, right? They went absolutely crazy in the past match. Of course, we are going to head into a breakdown of that, but 23 eliminations. They took down nearly, how much is that? 5 squads, 6 squads, right? Insanity. First game, they had a very successful run. Come game number 2, they just doubled down on the efforts, going absolutely crazy. But of course, Algeria coming in hot is going to try and catch up with them. We'll be taking a look at exactly what the overall stats is, where the teams find themselves, and, everything else in between before we get our way into game number 3, which is, again, going to be on Erangel. So, yeah, I think there's going to be quite a formidable force to be reckoned with here. So, to put it into perspective, what Egypt did, the highest points that they scored last year in one single match was 27. Today, they went above and beyond, coming in with 33 in just this past game. But we'll get into that momentarily to take a look and see exactly where the teams are. And of course, Mitch will be joining in with us very, very soon as well. But yeah, let's take a look and see what the breakdown is. We are going to be hopping into just the stats that we have here, of course. Just to see how crazy of a game Egypt was playing. As you can see there, NASA coming through with a glorious 1,300 damage. That is sometimes what an entire squad is able to secure, but brought that through as an individual. NASA also with the most eliminations, walking away with 9 for a grand total of 23 eliminations, along with those glorious, glorious placement points for the chicken itself. Most assists coming in on 4 there for the side of Again, who was right there out in the field to make sure that that winner chicken dinner was theirs. But aside from these stats, we got to take a look at even more. As we can see, the contribution: 9 eliminations, 6, 4, and 4. So Zuxi and AK, I guess that's how I would pronounce that name, coming through with a very even share of that. Even Again coming through with 6 eliminations, but 684 damage alongside that. So there's been a lot of knocking being done by the Egyptian side. I mean, talk about aggression. They went, I think, a little bit overboard. But hey, it's a great way to get yourself set up and make sure that everything is working the way it should. Aside from this, of course, we have even more details. The match breakdown, of the match summary, call it what you may, but there was 50 knocks in this past game. I think a lot more than what we saw in that previous game. Of course, the longest hit going up as well. It was 313 in game number 1st. Game number 2nd, it is 357. So considerable increase. And of course, the utilities also going absolutely crazy. 153 being used in this last one. So what a crazy, crazy way to close up only the second match of the day. It is insanity what we're looking at, Mitch.
Yes, it is. It has been an interesting second game of the day. We have had a good time there. So you can see the game actually does make sense seeing how this match summary was. But looking at the overall ranking from that game, Egypt got 33 total points. That's something really impressive, and we're going to be talking about that. We have second place Algeria getting 14, with Somalia third place getting 10. And Senegal still getting the 8th there, with Morocco getting 6, Ghana with 4, Madagascar 3, tied with Nigeria in 8th and 7th place with 3 points, and then Tunisia coming 9th with 1 point. Honestly, that was a good play from Somalia. I didn't realize they got that high, though. I got them when they were in the 3rd place, I believe, for that fight between Algeria and Egypt. So seeing them at 3rd place with 10 points should probably help them in the overall rankings.
Well, speaking about the rest, here we go. The points, of course, now extending all the way down to 13th, as we can see. Mauritius, Niger, as well as Djibouti also coming in hot alongside Benin, all tied on those 1 points apiece. Ivory Coast, Zimbabwe, Congo, and South Africa, unfortunately, taking a quick stop over at the donut shop, as they will not find anything for game number 2. But still, they have several more games here today to try and make up for that. But if you want to finish strong on the standings, and if you want to try and climb your way to the top, you're going to have to find you're going to have to find some luck getting sent your way. Well, I think at the very least, just stay well away from Egypt, because if they spot you, you are going to become nothing but points to them. And I mean, Morocco and Algeria also, though, now beautifully tied up as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting looking at the points of the total points so far. At least we can say Benin, they've been at the ninth place having 5 points, and that's a good start for them, seeing that this is a new space. And they might be going a little bit higher. South Africa and Senegal time is also a very interesting thing to see. Fifth and sixth place, Somalia at fourth place getting 18. We have Tunisia, 10th place with 4 points, and 11th Madagascar with 3. I haven't seen much of Madagascar throughout the games, so I'll be looking to see more of them in the next games so far. 12th place and 13th, we have Nigeria and Mauritius tied with 3 total points. Djibouti coming in 14th with 1. And then Congo, Ivory Coast, and Zimbabwe having no points yet to their name, but that shall not make them lose hope. They at least they have 2 more Erangels, 2 more Miramars. I believe that should add up to something. We still have Erangels that they can use before we can go into Miramar.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of opportunity for a lot of change still to be made here. We'd love to see Ivory Coast and Zimbabwe also showing us what they can bring, but we are yet to see that happen here. Surprising performance from Mauritius, as you've said, seeing them all the way over on the second page in 12th position. Last year, they finished strong in third place, so if they are going to look to replicate the same kind of strong finish, they will definitely have to start doubling down on their efforts and their approach coming into the next games, because time is slowly starting to run out. We've already wrapped up 2. We've got 4 more to go. And before you know it, we'll be at the end of our very first day. So, yeah, the pressure is there. And whatever the teams can look to muster up as they move on forward, they will going to have to bring in a lot of that heat, because look at this quick comparison here between Egypt and Algeria. I mean, Algeria doing a lot of damage. 20 eliminations worth of damage, but only managing to walk away with 8. Egypt, they did 36 eliminations worth of damage, but they converted 23 eliminations out of that. So whatever's in their drinking water, I want a little bit of that as well.
Of course, sorry, and it's actually interesting that Egypt, even for the first game, they had a good amount of damage just from that game alone, and then now they're coming into the second game, they still have good amounts of damage, and it does even add to the number of eliminations they have been able to secure, with Algeria not that far off. So hopefully, when we go into the next games, we might see more of Algeria now. Maybe the damage and the eliminations will be high up there, and now we can have more to talk about when it comes to Algeria.
Yeah, I definitely think if Algeria can continue the pacing that they've been showing so far, not only for the next match, but also for the entirety of the day, they might also very well secure themselves a very, very strong positioning in those overall rankings. And then it's going to be up to Morocco to see if they can look to bounce back, right? Are they going to allow Algeria to run away with the points? Or are they going to allow Egypt to run away with the points? The pressure is going to be on. But I think Mauritius, Madagascar, and all the teams that showed last year that they can finish strong, I want to see that same kind of consistency being brought to the foreground on this game as well. But so, Bish, now I've got to ask you the important big question. Are you ready for it? Do you think
I was avoiding this part, but we are finally here.
Do you think game number 3 is going to go the same as game number 2? Do you think we're going to see another dominating performance from Egypt? Or do you think somebody else is maybe going to try and look to stop them?
I believe we'll see the same type of play from Egypt. They have proven more than once already. We're in the second game, they have proven they can do it. In the third game, I feel they'll do the same thing. But I'll be looking out for Morocco, seeing that, well, for them, that's a loss because they didn't get a chicken dinner in the second game. So I'm really sure that is something that is going to be in the back of their minds when they decide to play the third game. They might just want to be the ones getting that chicken in the third game. So I'll be looking at Egypt and Morocco as well.
Ooh. All right. Well, yeah, we'll look to see if how much of this insanity the rest of the lobby is going to allow. But so it's going to be up to any potential contender. So I think realistically, we're looking at Madagascar, we're looking at Mauritius, and we could even extend it all the way to South Africa as well, looking to see if they can maybe try and bring something in. But then I would say another team to keep a very close eye on could even be the side of Senegal, right? Because Senegal also brought in a strong performance in this last match, right? They didn't let the other squads just necessarily walk over them. They still brought in that presence. So I think Senegal and maybe even Somalia could definitely look to at least play some kind of an upset here.
Yeah, for sure. Somalia is also trying to catch up. That's true. We've seen them so far in the last games. They have actually been making it to the top five. So I think Somalia is also looking towards being on the podium. We can call it a podium. The top three there, they have really pushed towards it. Even in the overall rankings, they're still in the top five. So I'm guessing that's something for Somalia they're going to be looking at as well. They have been playing a bit slow. They've been on the passive side. Maybe they'll change to the aggressive side, because now I think the craziness you were talking about is what is making people win these games at the end of the day, giving them as many points as possible. So that's something I think Somalia should embrace now.
I think it's also quite difficult to kind of retaliate against a strategy like what we see coming through from Egypt and the like is, if you're not necessarily mentally prepared for that sheer level of aggression finding its way onto you, right, it does make you potentially just take a step back and just rethink the strategy that you're coming in here with. But I mean, you might as well, if you can't beat them, join them, right? Get as aggressive, go out there, go risk it. You might get a few biscuits along the way, and you might also end up with a few eliminations and then smile with regards to the overall rankings.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that. If you can't beat them, join them. That's also started cold. Maybe work. Not always working. Maybe we can say maybe it might work for them. But yes, if you cannot beat them, why not join them? Also for Benin, I'm still watching for the side of how they're trying to pick their fights, how they're really cautious. Sometimes you can see them, yes, they can see a fight, but they will not engage. They will just move and go away from that fight, which is totally okay. At the end of the day, what I want is my placement points and maybe get to steal some of your eliminations while you're at it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of different strategies that teams look to utilize to get into the points, right? And so for Benin, if that is playing a little bit more of a calculated / reserved game, then albeit. I mean, they've been able to be somewhat consistent with that. Yes, they've gotten themselves those 5 eliminations. They've not yet succeeded in securing good placement points, but that could all change, right? It takes a little bit of refinement. Maybe it was just game 1, game 2, where they're trying out different strategies to see how they can take it on moving into the third game of the day. But I think the other question that I want to ask you is, do you think we're ever going to see the flight path change from that very southern positioning like we've seen now in 2 maps? Is it going to be different in game number 3?
I hope so, because now every time it's on the southern side, the safe zone goes to the northern side, and now every team that decided, let's land near the flight path, will be forced to go towards the northern side. So I really hope they'll get some different flight path for the next games. If not, let it be the same, but maybe different rotations for the teams. But honestly, that flight path is just not okay. The south side of Erangel is usually very tricky. Imagine if it's on the southern side and the safe zone decides to stay on the southern side. That will be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to how the games will be played.
But I'm curious as to whether or not that is going to impact the strategy that we've seen from our, trailblazers so far. If the zone goes elsewhere, are they going to be able to maintain that same kind of strategy? Are they going to be able to be as aggressive? Because I think so far they've not really had to rotate all too much to get themselves situated in towards the zone, right? They were always kind of close enough to that. And I think that is potentially maybe a strategy for the others to maybe take into consideration to some extent, right? Not necessarily changing up your play style completely, but look at what they're doing and why is it working for them, right? Look and try and learn as to what is happening on that front, because clearly they figured it out, right? They are just going absolutely ham with this lobby. So yeah, maybe maybe a southern shift on the zone could be exactly what we need to have another squad then step up and secure that winner chicken dinner. Speaking of which, here we go. We are heading down towards the south this time around.
Yes, we are. I mean, this flight path has decided to be the riskiest time to play the game because, well, everyone this time around will have to stay on the southern side. I really hope that if the safe zone decides to be picked, may it be on the southern side, because the teams are really having a hard time. They are making their rotations. You can see even some of them, they have exited the plane and they're already going towards the northern side, because it's somewhat like a pattern now. This zone wants to be on the southern side, the safe zone will be on the northern side. So why not go there and then wait for people to come towards us?
Well, that could be a strategy, but of course the zone is going to tell us whether or not that is going to be a viable choice, as the teams are starting to get themselves situated. A lot of squads heading up towards the north, and it makes sense because there's not a lot really to try and occupy towards that southern side, especially not up in towards Multa Power. I mean, sure, it would be great to see all the squads hot drop into one location, but realistically, I don't really see that happening. But so Egypt will have a good opportunity to get the ball rolling, as they do find Madagascar right there alongside them. Algeria, though, they're going to look to push a little bit further afield up in the direction of potentially maybe Gatka. Congo up in towards Mansion, as they... No, actually, they're up in heaven as they are making their way on through. It does seem like OPM is just soaking in the sunlight. We've not seen a lot of movement coming through on that front. So far, it's only 2 players looking to try and make the most out of it. 15 squads, of course, in the lobby. We love to see that. Now, Morocco, ooh, they've got an angle on Somalia. And no, Somalia is stuck in the fence,
Wait,
or at
what?
least they were.
It kind of glitched. They were there and then the vehicle just went back out of nowhere. But that was really interesting. If they were spotted there, you can imagine how easy those knocks will have been, because everyone is seated in a vehicle, you're stuck. That's an easy 4 eliminations for them. Easy.
Well, speaking about easy, things are looking quite comfortable now for the side of South Africa, as they have found themselves a little bit of that Madagascar action. As you can see, the feed just getting absolutely lit up. Not quite sure where that altercation is happening, but there, of course, is a bit of a response here. Madagascar will not be able to make too much of a stand, as they will get backed up and shipped out. Off they go. South Africa, 4 points on board, still managing to hold on with a full squad. Reverb, though, needs to find some meds, and this is a great opportunity for a little bit of that third-party ambush to be played at. We do have another squad way over there, but that is the side of Tunisia, if I'm not mistaken. So whatever South Africa decides to do here, they need to be really quick about it, not rush up onto T'Challa, as T'Challa picks up Reverb. Oh goodness, what's happening?
So I think the rotations there is not really paying off. Finally, in Erangel, we have the fast fight. Beautiful knock there. If you know how to use the SLK, it will always make you shine. Never disappoints, as long as you understand the gun. Might just be the best thing to work with when you are playing in the competitive scene, where most players are really good at their sprays. But if you understand the SLK, I mean, close combat will be your cup of tea every single day. But we have their Tunisia players spawn, trying to scope out the place here, trying to see if we can get at least some damage down the players from South Africa, but that will not be the case for them. We have Egypt. They're not taking on that early fight. They have a chance of getting more eliminations or maybe losing this fight, but they have somehow, actually they have decided to take on that fight. What do you think about this, honestly? Is it going to be a good thing for Egypt, or is it too soon for them to engage in this fight?
I mean, if I was Mauritius here, I'd be very careful and hope that nade lands. It's going to be NASA managing to dodge, duck, dive, and dip their way around it. But it's going to be a full send as Cage gets absolutely overrun. Down they go. And it's going to be an unfortunate end there for at least yet another player then for the side of Mauritius. Still a few more to go. Not quite sure how it's going to pan out, but I mean, Egypt again starting off strong, 2 eliminations up. Not the most that we've seen in the early stages of the game, but it's only but an appetizer. There could be a lot more to come through from them. Meanwhile, looking over to Algeria and Congo, things are looking nice and quiet, right? Not too much happening just yet, so the rest of the team's pretty much just looking to play for positioning now.
Yep, and that's a really good thing. Positions and being able to secure a compound is everything right now. Most of the players will want to take on a compound if it is safe during the game as it progresses. But so far, we have the Nigeria team is far in the southern side in military base. They should probably make their rotations now before the zone decides to move, and they might not be able to get a place that they can camp out. Senegal, they're trying to make it to the safe zone as well. Algeria doing a very wide rotation. They're going towards the northern side. But when you look at the sides of Severny, we have two teams, yes. That is South Africa and Somalia on that side. If they come towards Yesnaya, we might just be seeing a lot of fights happening around Yesnaya because even for Morocco, they might be going towards Yesnaya Poliana, and that will make us have a very interesting start of the game. We're still fresh in the game, we haven't even moved to the next phase, and we can already see teams are almost getting closer and fights are about to begin too early in the third game.
Well, we'll have to see it and who's going to be able to hold it up. OPM, I mean, sure, right? Enjoy the sun while it's available. As you can see them still just out there. Might have disconnected ever so slightly. And of course, a slow closure coming through from that zone as well, as will make its way in. So essentially for Congo, we are looking at a bit of that solo play. Right, the other players already been taken on out. Egypt, though, now finding themselves up into multi-power, uncontested. Nobody here to play anything to get, well, against them, rather. And then up in Yasnaya Poliana, this is now where things could get quite interesting. It's going to be Senegal and South Africa finding themselves in a bit of a showdown, but Senegal just finding links out in the open, sending out the sprays. Let's see whether or not Sneaks can stay true to their name and sneak up alongside Senegal and maybe find a few trades here.
Yeah, but then Senegal player that is Zenos, he is not going to be moving because he has that one gun that when you share it, you have to think twice before you go in for that push. He's holding that DBS, waiting for people to go in for that push from South Africa. But if they do not make the right shots, once you miss the first shot in the DBS, getting that second shot is usually close to impossible if you're going against a player who's also using either the STOFK or the DBS. So we'll wait and see how that plays out. But then both regions, so South Africa and Senegal, they have two players outside the building. Both of them are aware of each other's location, so I'm sure they'll be waiting to see how they will use this to their team's advantage. Will they be able to get any help, maybe getting a knock from the outside? But so far, South Africa is not having the easy side right now. Links quite low. The teammate that is Reverb is in lobby. Two of them are in the compound. So what will be happening here? Will Senegal get the upper hand, or will we be seeing South Africa trying to get these knocks here in this compound and at least help their teammate before he's exposed to any more damage from the players from Senegal?
Well, I think for Senegal, this is so far looking to be a pretty good defense, right? South Africa, of course, came rolling up into this region. And Senegal, they've just slowly but steadily been dealing with them. They got their first confirmation secured. South Africa down to a 2-piece, so it's going to be up to Kids and Sneak to see if they can carry that torch forward. But Senegal not going to make this one very easy on them, as South Africa now needs to find another way. Are they going to look to potentially pick up their player that has been knocked up to the north? I don't see that really playing out because, well, they're heading not only in the opposite direction, but they also still have to get around the aggression that is being posed by the front of Senegal. Also, I'm curious as to what Morocco is going to be doing, right? We did see Morocco not too far from Yasnaya Poliana, but they might have decided to go elsewhere instead. So for the time being, Senegal, they will be the ones locking in onto, well, Yasnaya Poliana. They can plant their flag and call it home.
Yes, exactly. They can do that. Yes, Naya is just not an easy compound to defend. Even we can call it a whole country at this point. Yes, Naya is big. The buildings are high, and if you're not familiar with how the compounds work, then yes, now might not be the place for you to be in. Looking at Morocco, they mentioned them and you want to see what they will be up to. Now they have a team that is that next to them, that is Djibouti. Seems like Marshall is doing the scouting here. The teammates are aware that there's a team here and they might be looking to engage in this fight against Djibouti. What I probably advise Djibouti, yes, do not stay outside, because as long as you're outside, someone might be watching the fight and they might be taking this as their chance to engage. And now we have their Marshall going in for that with Djibouti. Does get one knock there on Marshall. Beautiful use of the DBS. Trying to go in for that push. Does get the damage, but then Lazy does get the knock there on the player from Djibouti. And now with only two players remaining, Lazy Boy and El Chapo, they will be the ones to rescue their team. For Morocco, they need to get the revive soon enough. They need to finish this fight as well, because now we have another team third party in this fight, meaning the battle is not going to be over. Even though one country will lose a fight, they might be forced to continue the same battle, because I believe we have a country passing by and they're waiting for that chance to basically engage.
Yep, that is Niger just on the ridge. Ooh, well, Chapo has been brought down. Lazy Boy could get sent back to the lobby. Yes, they do, as Egypt
Oh no.
reach in, just helping Djibouti out here. But, of course, Egypt was actually just softening them up. Now, Egypt's got to get ready to strike. As we can see again, moving forward is going to be Nasser keeping a little bit of overwatch here. So Kilwa, goes right on down, as Nasser gets that Elam delivered on a platter. Up comes Zuxi, and the rest of Egypt as they descend down upon Djibouti, looking to pack them up and ship them out, and that's exactly what they'll do.
Yeah, that is exactly that. And unfortunately for Morocco there, they were taking a fight against Djibouti. And the thing we were worried about is Egypt coming in and taking on Morocco easy. And that happened because they were taking on another fight. We actually thought it was Niger I was going to third party this fight. But now what is happening is that Egypt might be feeling a little bit confident, because now they can see they have been able to eliminate Morocco. So actually, a question for you now. Imagine you're the Egypt, right? And you've been able to eliminate your, I'd say, your biggest opponent for now, because in terms of points, they're really close to each other. Will that be a green light for you to now relax and play and focus on maybe eliminations and more placement points for your side? Will that be something you'd be looking to do?
Well, 100%, but it's difficult to know exactly who it is that you've taken out, right? Because you only find out once the entire squad has been taken away. So with the green light now being lit, there could be a lot of opportunity to come through from this. So I think it would be wrong not to do that.
Wrong not to do that. So it is right for them to be on the green light side and take on that fight, and let's go. Now we have the chance. But you cannot assume that, because there's Somalia, there's Senegal, there's South Africa. They might be your biggest challenge as well. You're not aware. You might be putting yourself in that what's lion's den, and now everyone wants to have you. Yeah.
I mean, it's simple, just make a statement like, if you want me, come get me, right? How eager are you for this play? They can't really communicate that, but let's imagine that they could for a second, right? So I'm pretty sure there'd be a few takers looking to step up to the plate. Speaking about stepping up to the plate, though, we do see Congo, unfortunately, getting taken on down as Algeria look to do exactly that. They step up with 2 eliminations on board. Now we do see Sneaks getting taken on down as that blue zone comes in doing what it does best. But Algeria, this could be that opportunity for them now to try and claw their way back up the overall standings and look to see if they can maybe contest Egypt yet again.
Yeah, that's actually true. Egypt is really having an easy time, if I'm not wrong. They're just waiting. As soon as they hear any shots, Egypt is there. If they hear anyone fire from any angle, Egypt is present. They will be there and they'll help you either take your eliminations or take you back to lobby. So I'm guessing they're using that to their advantage as well. But already not for the first time actually, from the first 2 games, we have not heard at least only 4 regions going back to lobby, and we're going into the 4th phase of the zone, and we have all these teams still surviving. So I'd say now the teams are no longer tensed. They're now focused on the game. They want to play, they want to get their points, because everything matters right now. Every elimination, every placement point counts, and that is exactly what everyone is looking to do. Algeria is still surviving here in the game, and I think they're going to be looking towards getting at least to the podium, or maybe the top 5 when it comes to this game, seeing that they are still trying to battle their way right next to Egypt and Morocco.
Well, let's see if they can maybe find a little bit of that magic to come on through. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Come on. Power, baby. Running in, trying to see if that hovercraft is going to have any magic happen. Klaus, though, goes right on down. As, well, you know, the hovercraft used to be impenetrable. Now, not so much. Now it takes a few hits and then up it goes in smoke. Somalia, though, have to try and figure out how they're going to look to contest this. They still have all 3 players separated and spread out of here, but are they going to look to condense this and maybe constrict over onto the side here of Ghana, or will they let Ghana just continue doing what they're doing right now?
I believe Somalia will try their best to make sure Ghana doesn't get to leave this place, because already Somalia there, that one grenade from Ghana was perfect and they got one of their players knocked and tested. But now we have the players from Nigeria getting eliminated by Egypt. Nasser there get at least 1 knock and elimination confirmed from the Nigeria's team, and now Baby and his teammate will be going away from this fight, because honestly, if you cannot fight and win, why not go away? Because that is exactly what is happening there in Nigeria. They have decided not to engage in this fight against Egypt at all. But then Somalia is still here holding it down for Ghana, because it's time to get our points as well. They only have 1 elimination. They need more to stay on the top 5 so far in the game.
Well, let's see if they are going to make that magic happen right here. I mean, it doesn't take much to kind of play an upset to get up into that top 5, as there's still a lot of opportunity available. I mean, on the overall standings, top 5 is only 8 points, right? For this match, the top 5 is only 1 point. That's all you got to do. You just got to try and find more than 1 elimination. So if Ghana can pull this one off, they can really look to kind of sneak up on the side of Algeria. Meanwhile, Somalia, they find themselves a little bit of that Nigeria action, as Hulk now just smashes it in, driving home the beautiful spray down here. But Somalia down to a 2-piece. It's going to be 11 just riding on the ridge. A little bit of a jumpy jump up top as the DBS comes out. The shot's not connecting on through. And this could be where things could maybe take a little bit of a turn, because we can see even more players just now moving up to that northern side of Somalia.
Exactly, and Hulk has to finish this, but then amazing reflex there from 11. I mean, he was on the Hulk was on the high ground, and 11 was right beneath him. And 11, honestly, if we're looking at this from a player's perspective, Hulk had the upper hand. He had the view, getting easy headshots on 11, but that is not the case. We have 11 there getting that elimination on Hulk, and now with the zone closing in, look at the teams getting to be together. All of a sudden, everyone has to come towards the zone, and not just any zone, where Egypt is looking at you from the high ground and is getting as much damage as it can. We can see again they're trying so hard to get at least a knock or maybe even a thirst, but that's not going to be the case, because since everyone right now is trying to make it to the safe zone, Senegal having players getting knocked, Egypt confirming their knocks. They're already at the 10 mark for eliminations. Will they be crossing that again and we see 20 all over again?
I mean, we know Egypt can definitely do it again, because they have a player, as we can see right here, called again. So whatever happens, they did it again. But yes, it's going to be up to the rest of the lobby to try and prevent that from becoming a reality. Algeria, though, taking quite a bit of a beating as they are getting hit with utilities coming in from all directions. Zuxi just narrowly escaping a little bit of a response. We can see X up on that ridge, looking to hold it nice and steady. Again, now starting to get a little bit more mobilized, looking to apply that pressure, moving forward, keeping the overwatch. But again, Senegal, they have a beautiful setup. They could also contest this fight, but they're keeping their position pretty much locked up onto towards prison itself. We did say goodbye to yet another team that got taken out of here, but it's still full-on aggression between Algeria and Egypt, as Algeria now tries to make a run for it, trying to put a little bit of distance between them and that awful spray. As Zuxi steps up with the ban, gets the business and the job's done, and Algeria will have to make their way back to the lobby.
Exactly that. Algeria there had maybe a chance of making it to the top again. But then this time around, Egypt has said that will not be happening. Last time, we might have gone a little bit soft, maybe. But for Algeria, that will be it for them. Egypt still surviving. At least three players are standing from their team. Senegal right in front of them. For Senegal, three of the players, yes, but they are not looking to engage in a fight. The zone is about to close in. Prisons, hills are the best place to be in if you want to have the view. But when the zone shifts and the players inside the prison will be the ones having the best, basically, night, because no one will be spraying them. We're just going to be chilling in this building and wait for you guys to finish each other off. And when you're done, we'll now come out and decide to play with you. But for now, they are playing it a little bit patient. They don't want to engage in the fight. But for what I can say is this last fight will be something to talk about for a while. It will be.
Yeah, well, Ghana looking pretty good with the elimination count that they've added up on there. Senegal also, I mean, not a bad position. They are still a little bit spread out, and sometimes prison is not the easiest position to play from. Fortunately for the side of Senegal, they're not within the prison. They are just on the outskirts, so they could still be quite a bit of a response being brought here as Egypt now starts to roll on forward. Zuxi just going to be testing to see if Rise can actually lock in those sprays, and this opens up the opportunity for Nasser to come sneaking on in. Nigeria is going to be the next team down as we are now left with only 5. Rise just jumping all across the place, making sure that those vehicles don't connect on up. But Senegal truly being put to the test here.
Yep, I mean, Rise there said, not today, not today, Egypt. But no, Egypt is not letting them slide. And we have nades there from Zuxi actually connecting. And the player that is boy is getting really damaged. The nades are connecting. And one more grenade from Zuxi. And we'll have 2 players from Senegal on their knees. And we have one of the players that boy has been taken down. Rise still quite low. I hope Egypt is aware of this. Although, if they are not careful, we have a team right above them on the other side of prison, and they might be able to spot this fight if they decide to get closer. But then Egypt going in for that push, and Senegal does lose a couple of players, and just like that, Egypt is now going to be on the aggressive side, knowing that they have gotten the players from Senegal back to lobby, and they want to take on the other teams now.
Oh, yeah, Egypt, they just finding anything and everything around them. Next up, it is going to be Ghana that could maybe become their next meal. I mean, this is like Egypt at a buffet, right? But they just keep going back and back and back. They're like, but I want more, I want more. And so far, it seems like they might be getting more as they're already up to 16 eliminations. And this time around, there's a lot more players left in this match, so we could even see an improvement on that previous game. Of course, the hovercraft goes up in flames, and with that, it is going to be Power Baby drop to their knees.
Exactly. I mean, Ghana had the views there initially, but now Egypt realizing that we have one player down from Ghana, then why not be on the aggressive side and going for that push? But then Ghana players seem to be changing their position as well. 4 teams remaining, and everyone else is not even looking to third party this fight yet. They will let Egypt and Ghana take their fight together and then come back later and enjoy these fights. But now Power Baby has been tested by again. It's getting a little bit heavy for Ghana right now. 2 players remaining. Egypt with the rotations. Zuxi might just be the grenadier when it comes to Egypt, because he's really has a whole pack of grenades from the beginning of the game. Now he's down to 1, and I am actually interested to see who will be taken down by the last grenadier. Beautiful push there from Egypt, and just like that, Ghana is back to lobby. 20 eliminations in their name.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Egypt found a little bit of a booster rocket somewhere or something, because they are just going absolutely crazy. I think it is safe to say that after this match, Egypt has pretty much solidified themselves at the top of the leaderboard. So the rest of the fight is going to turn to who's going to lock in that second place. South Africa still up with 1 player. They've got 5 eliminations in total. It's not going to be the easiest position to try and survive in, especially with, again, rushing right up alongside them. Now, that position has been revealed, and down they go as Nasser comes in with the finishing blow. That is it. South Africa will now join the lobby for yet another round. But look at this, though. I think it's Niger that are still surviving. They are the last team to stand between Egypt and another winner chicken dinner.
Exactly, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they handle this. One knocked there from again. I mean, that spray was beautiful. That spray did connect and immediately got that knock on the player from Niger. Already, three of their players are down. I mean, what we were talking about being the reason Egypt is not getting a chicken dinner, and now Egypt decides to get the three knocks at a go. And now one player remains standing out. Egypt, of course, will be going in for that push. Of course, they know only one man is standing, so why not go ahead and get that last elimination? And that will be it for the players from Niger. And we have Egypt getting a back-to-back chicken dinner.
I mean, insanity. Insanity again. Dropping another 20 plus winner chicken dinner. Hey, like I said it before, right? I want what they're drinking because clearly, you know, that water that they're having packs quite a bit of a punch. It seems like magic, but you know, you got to give it up to Egypt. I would say that's a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner. They've been working exceptionally hard so far from what we've seen in just these past 3 games. So all credit going to them because, you know, you got to give credit where credit is due. It is a little bit crazy. No, I'm joking. It's not a little bit crazy. It is a lot of bit crazy because they just seem so relentless. And they're making it quite difficult for the rest of the lobby to really contest that.
Yep, I agree with that. I mean, Eagle here had no way of going against all these players by himself. He would have tried, yes, but look at how again came in from the back and just got the thrust on his teammate, and he was forced to go against the players. That was close to impossible for him. But then at least he did get some damage. We have to give him that. He got a good amount of damage, but then he was outnumbered. So that was expected to happen. But big up to Egypt. They're really good strategies so far. Taking on the aggressive side, being the only crazy ones, is working.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only strategy here to compete against Egypt is to you know, get a narcotic grenade, which is not a thing in PUBG. Put that down and just stop them where they are, or tie them up when they're jumping out of the plane so they all just drop in the water. I don't know, you know, something. But yeah, it's going to be exceptionally difficult for the lobby to catch up to what Egypt has been doing so far. So I think the only realistic thing from this point moving forward, especially for today, is going to be to try and play as aggressive of a game as you can to secure a good overall positioning on those standings, right? Play for second place, play for third place, try and finish the first day on a strong footing. And so then tomorrow, maybe the lobby can come up with a strategy to bring an end of the insane dominance that we see coming through from the side of Egypt.
That is exactly true. Well, I believe we have had a good time for the third game, and I what the fourth game has for us. But we'll be saying goodbye, and then we'll be right back after a very teeny tiny break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready to move into game number next. So far, Egypt has been on an absolute rampage. 2 back-to-back victories that they've been able to secure, securing 20-plus eliminations in each. Now, Mitch, I don't quite know what to say about Egypt other than they're crazy, right? They are absolutely crazy. I mean, I don't know how the lobby is going to contend against that.
Yeah, that's actually true. But the only way to beat craziness is to become crazy as well. You have to be on the same level of thinking. But I'm getting these skills, I need them. Because if you saw how Egypt was making their rotations, that does make sense. Looking at the damage there, 1,478, that is true because you saw how they're looking at people in prison making their rotations at the safe zone. That does make sense. Zuxi, there's most assists at 6. The grenades are definitely the reason why he has those assists with the 25 total points, elimination points, for that team. I am still impressed. 23 game 2, 25 game 3. We might be going to 30 and that will be crazier than what it is now.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do is to get so many eliminations today so that tomorrow they can sit back, relax, enjoy a nice little cool drink, just like have an easy breezy day. But look at this though. 10 eliminations coming in from NASA, 10 eliminations coming through from again Zuxi locking in with 5, and then we've got AK coming in with assistance, right? Also just helping to contribute to the carnage that we had from that Egyptian side. But absolute brutality. I mean, 1,000 eliminations for the 3 players that were able to secure all these plays that they've had here.
Yeah, I mean, it has been an interesting split there for Egypt. Even though their teammate, their Rad, was not there to enjoy all that, he actually can say, my team won. That counts. The wins and eliminations, I'll get them next time. But for that game, looking at the knocks at 48 and eliminations at 53, the teams were really working for that. This time round, the longest elimination is at 300. That means we don't have the magical DP from the first game getting us to 313. So that makes sense. And looking at the throwables, this is the highest so far from all the games, 103. That's really high, and we have to blame Zuxi for that. He has, I think, 10, 20 plus grenades in his bag. I'm thinking that's why we are at 103.
Yeah, I think why we only see 300 is because this time they only used the 3-time scope on the DBS as opposed to 8 times, right? That's what I think they did, but we are going to be looking at the points that we can see right here. It is going to be Ghana and South Africa walking away with double digits on the board alongside the 35 from Egypt. So if 33 wasn't enough, Egypt decided, you know what, let's add a little bit more to that tally. And I mean, an absolute insane performance. 25 elims. Wow. That's crazy. So Senegal also, I got to say, still keeping a good bit of consistency going here, right? Coming through with those 7 points, that is definitely going to look to benefit them in the long run. But Somalia, they've fallen back a little bit, right? Nigeria, though, in the meanwhile, they've stepped up to the plate. They're like, you know what? Yeah, maybe we need some points. Maybe we need to get a little bit more of that aggression starting to flow on through.
Yeah, that is actually true. And we have to talk about that gap. We'll talk about that in a few. But Benin, Tunisia, Mauritius, Morocco, 13. All of them have 1 point each from that game. Ivory Coast, Zimbabwe, Congo, and Madagascar getting zero total points from that game. And the margin I was talking about is if Egypt got 35 points from the first place, the team that is following Egypt has 10 points. That margin is becoming bigger, and some teams might not be able to know how to go about closing this margin at this point, because battling against Egypt day 1 is becoming impossible because the margin they're creating right now is becoming bigger by the games we play. The more we move, the bigger the gap becomes.
You know what they're doing? It's almost like it's the Nile River that is being extended between Egypt and the rest of the teams in the lobby. Of course, we'll take a look at those overall rankings pretty soon to see exactly just how insane of a lead that is that they are holding on to. But I mean, you got to give it up to to what Egypt has been doing so far, right? They've been bringing
Mhm.
in a lot of that insane, crazy action, and we love to see it, right? Even though if you're up against them on the battlefield, it's not so nice, but it's really nice to watch from our point of view, our vantage point. Speaking about which, Egypt has almost triple the points of second place. Almost
Mm,
triple the points of
yep.
second. That is, I've never in my PUBG career seen a team run away with points this quickly.
I mean, that's too big of a margin. 84, then 32. What will they do to close that margin? In Morocco, they had place getting 28. I mean, for Morocco, this is going to be a little bit of a something that will motivate them now, seeing that they got 28, Somalia at 20 in fourth place, South Africa coming fifth with 18, Ghana sixth with 17, Senegal seventh with 15, Niger eighth place with 13, Nigeria ninth with 7, 10th Benin with 6, and then Tunisia coming 11th with 5. Honestly, the margin there from Egypt to Algeria and then coming to Morocco, that margin is too big. Morocco began with a chicken dinner. I
Mm.
don't understand, maybe, but we'll just wait and see. Honestly, it's too early to predict. Yes, we can predict on Egypt's side, but for Morocco, Algeria, Somalia, South Africa, that prediction might be a little bit tricky for us to make right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that front that there's still a lot of change that can take place, especially on this first page. So, if any of the other teams have a decent game, it's difficult to have a good game with Egypt in the lobby. But if any of the other countries can have a good game, that's all that is required from them. Of course, as we take a look at that second place, Mauritius and Madagascar, definitely not where I was expecting to see them, right? We're not seeing the same kind of approach that we've seen in last year's qualifiers. So, if any two countries are, in my opinion, yet to step up, it would be those two, right? Mauritius, Madagascar. We want to see them play the same with the same kind of aggression as we've seen previously. Djibouti, they've been trying, right? We've been seeing a few strategies coming through from them, mostly just trying to get away from where Egypt is.
Yeah, yes. Oh, I remember that part. Okay, okay. For Djibouti, it would have worked, honestly, but it happens. But at least they got some points there. Three is okay. It's okay, but they can now up their game and do more in terms of how they're taking on the rotations, the fights, getting the eliminations. All that will come to play the more they progress throughout the games. But for Madagascar and Mauritius, you have said a lot about them and how we are supposed to expect more from them. So for Mauritius and Madagascar, if I'm being honest, I
Mm,
agree with you. They need to
yeah,
do more. We expect a little bit more coming from Mauritius and Madagascar.
yeah, they need to move it, right? That's what we want to see. So yeah, the stakes are getting increasingly higher because it's also becoming a lot more difficult for them to catch up. Yes, there's not a lot of point disparity between, let's say, second place and where they find themselves over on that second page. And they could still quite easily change throughout the available games here today. But
Mhm.
where it becomes a little bit more complicated is that they're not the only two teams that are looking for points, right?
Yeah.
There are
Mm.
all the other squads that are also going to be looking to step up and do exactly that. They're going to try and secure as many points as they can. And I actually like what Niger has been doing, right? They were the only team left to play up against the side of Egypt. Yes, wasn't necessarily the easiest position they found themselves come that end of game, but they were
Mm.
still there, still trying to see if they can make some kind of a difference, right? They got
Yeah.
six total points for themselves, so there is a little bit of something there. Just love to see a few more eliminations making its way over on towards them. But yeah, the stakes are exceptionally high, rather. So the pressure is going to be on, and I'm not quite sure if the teams are going to be able to catch up. So that's why I said play for second, play for third, because I think
Mm.
realistically that's pretty much the only slots that are going to be available.
Yeah, and for Egypt, they're making sure that first place is not empty for anyone. They will not let you have it. And when we asked if you were Egypt and you thought about being Egypt for a few seconds and then forgot, but when you were Egypt and you had the green
Mm,
light, I think they literally took it to play because they did exactly that. They decided, oh wow, so now we have the chance, then why not take it? And they did exactly that. They started rotating. They started looking for those points. Yes, they lost a player along the way. That's fine. It's collateral damage. We'll deal with that
mm,
some other day. But now we need to get these points coming up. The Nigerian player that is 11, he did the same thing. He was going against the last player from Somalia. He just got that elimination and decided, okay, fine, this is the match I can do. But from
yep.
now, I think I'm just going to be relying on luck. But for Egypt, luck and relying on luck is not even on their table right now. They're just looking for that position one is a no. Let everyone else
Yeah.
battle for the other slots. Ours is
Yeah.
confirmed.
Yeah. And it's gonna be quite tough. But I mean, as you've said, right? Several countries have shown that they do possess the capability, if allowed to show it, right? That they can stand and they can bring in what is needed. But it's still going to be a pretty difficult game, irrespective of whether or not they'll be allowed to do that. As we've said
Hmm.
many times, right? There's just one
Mhm.
team absolutely dominating, um, but I want to see just whether or not there could maybe be something that could happen in, let's say, the last Erangel for today, right? In
Hmm.
where there's some kind of reaction to what Egypt is doing. Like one of the
Hmm.
countries that
Hmm.
feels confident enough to maybe look to go up and try to contest them to see if they can pack it up nice and early, right? So that
Hmm.
there's
Hmm.
a bit of a fighting chance for the rest. Of course, maybe they can just go out and give some hugs to Egypt, right? That's what the plane is suggesting. So that could be the strategy at hand here.
Yep, hugs to Egypt. Maybe that will make them relax and, let them get at least some more points because that margin. And finally, the flight path has changed, and this time round, it has gone to the northern side of Erangel. At least now, the players can relax and say, now we can battle it out in places we're comfortable with because every time flight path was in the southern, they all went to the northern side. Now it's on the northern side. Let's see where they will be picking. Is it going to be the northern? Or are they going to be even playing on the central zone of Erangel? That's all going to be dependent on them. But we have not talked about one team, DK, and that's Niger.
Mm,
We
yes.
have not talked about them. We have to give them their flowers because that was good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, we can give them all the flowers that would be appropriate. I don't know if roses are going to work, but hey, give them some sunflowers or something. So I'm hopeful I'm hopeful to see what's going to happen here, right? Will we see that response? Because as you've said, the flight path has changed now. It's not the same as we've seen. The zone
Mhm.
is also not exactly quite in the same spot as before. So it does open up a few opportunities for teams maybe to try and change it up. And speaking about changing it up, it is going to be Somalia and South Africa looking to start us off with the action. Beautiful Nate coming through. Hulk does take a little bit of damage. Not enough to get converted though, but 2 knocks have been found. And it is going to be go time as South Africa now gets ready to move on in. The Elims are on board. Reverb now looking to make a bit of a statement. We've got Jacob and Hulk left to defend the honor of Somalia. And it is looking pretty tough at this point.
Yes, it is. South African player Reverb is feeling a little bit confident now. Then our two players are down from Somalia, two remain, that is Hulk and Jacob, and they are going to be making sure that they don't let them leave because when Hulk was trying to leave, he was knocked out using a shotgun, and that noise from the shotgun is always something we are all scared of. And I'm sure when he heard that, he panicked and saw himself getting knocked. Jacob, they're waiting with the shotgun, and the players they're going in for that push, and just like that, South Africa finally can relax in the first zone. 4 eliminations, that's 4 points to their name.
Yeah, and a good play to start us off with here, as they
Yes.
now feel a little bit more of that pressure being relieved from their shoulders. We did see a bit of a quick rotation heading through the lovely Pachinki over there. So curious
Hmm.
as to where our next point of contention is going to come from, as we still have 14 teams left in the lobby. It is going to be Djibouti now getting ready for a little bit of a sum over here, as Niger is right alongside them up in Mansion.
Hmm. That is exactly what they're going to be doing. They're waiting for an amazing chance to do something. And now Niger, the previous game got to position 2, and now they are here going against Djibouti. I mean, it could go either way. They could win this fight and have at least 4 more points to their name, or they could be giving the players from Djibouti a push to their points there when it comes to the overall ranking so far in the game. So Young here holding a grenade, hoping that nade will be worth it as soon as the players are from Djibouti decide to go in for that push with Eagle. We saw him last time, almost taking on Egypt players, but for now, he has to do the same thing for the players from Djibouti.
Well, Quick now on the grass, trying to play a little bit of that off-angle positioning here. I mean, that could actually be a very interesting strategy coming through here from the side of Niger. Oh, there we go. The opening play is there. Wick has been spotted. And now Djibouti having a bit of a trade coming in their direction as well as Champion gets dropped down. So there could still be quite a bit of a change coming through on this one. Djibouti now going to try do everything within their power to keep this building under lockdown. At least they are controlling that ground floor. Oh, good angle here as Eagle has been spotted. Very pinpoint accuracy. It's now Mills holding nice and steady. Young there to provide a little bit of that assistance, a little bit of backup. But it is going to be Niger now trying to bring their players back up on their feet, right? They're trying to see if they can maybe find that res. Beautiful hit coming through here as the pressure gets somewhat eliminated or alleviated. Young going for the cleanup. Cleanup aisle 4. Maybe can get the res in as well. It is Djibouti back on their feet now, coming through with the 2Ps. And this could be exactly what they need. Mini and pistols. That is going to be the showdown.
Exactly that. I mean, Djibouti now has to go ahead and try and maybe get these points for their team. They have they have 2 players from Niger. They haven't been able to get the revive. They have the numbers back up. They're now equal, and the fighting field has been even. Everyone is on the numbers side. We are all okay. Now we just have to figure out how we're going to be doing this. Are we going to be going in for that push or not? And it's interesting to see Nasser is trying to go in for that push. 2 guns in his hand, and it's a pistol, but he decides that is what he's going to be using. And I'm actually interested. I'm very much invested to see if that is the gun he's going to be using to take out the players here as they try to go in for that push. But honestly, this is more of a 50-50 situation for both teams. Either Djibouti could be able to get the win here, or we'll be having the players from Niger surviving again and trying at least to make it to the top 2 again. But in terms of numbers, that might just be close to impossible for them right now. Beat will knock them. And now for Niger, one player remains standing. Eagle, he will be the only person trying to redeem his teammates. Now the players from Djibouti are away. It's only one man standing, and they're looking quite restless. They want to go in for that push, and they want to be able to eliminate the last player from Niger.
Well, I mean, they could get the job done here so far. Djibouti looking pretty good, pretty confident. Let's see if Jabbar and their teammate can pull this one off. I like the hesitancy, not fully committing to that scent just yet. Trying to play it at least a little bit more on the safe side. Not going to look to overextend as they know what's at stake here. They've been looking for points. This is that golden ticket, that golden opportunity to do exactly that. They've lost quite a few players. But now they know that Eagle is running around outside looking for a little bit of fresh air. Things have gotten pretty tense up in Mansion. This is now going to be that final play, and that is it. The end of the road here for Niger in this game, as match number 4 will be the one in which they go back with 2 points to their name. Not a bad finish, but hey, not the kind of finish that they wanted.
Of course, it's not the finish they wanted, seeing that they already got at least a good number of points on the previous game. But the hope is still there. It's not all lost. They have 2 more games to go, and then they can now decide we lost hope or not. But that's not the only thing. They have tomorrow as well to try their luck. Egypt finally coming into the kill feed, and they have been able to get at least 1 player from Tunisia that is spawned all the way back to lobby. Egypt is playing a little bit safe. I am not sure why they're doing that, but maybe they're waiting to see if, just like last game, one of the teams that they're looking to go against is eliminated, then maybe we can have Egypt there engaging in fights. But then Zuxi goes in for that push with the buggy, and the vehicle does get to cover the player there from Tunisia. Beautiful spray there, and again is down. And we can see Nasser there trying to go in for that push, waiting for someone from Tunisia to make a mistake and probably help his teammates. I've seen already one of the teammates is down, and for Tunisia the same case is happening. But then Nasser trying to cook up a nade here, might just connect on Amar, but the nade does not go where he is, and he ensures to confirm the knock on the player from Tunisia.
Well, now it's going to be Nasser looking to clean it up. They've spotted Amar. Oh, down they go. Tunisia trying anything that they can think of to come through with a response, but now it's down to Ramsey, the final contender, looking to carry the torch forward. Morocco now also feeling a little bit of the heat here as Nigeria comes rushing to their doorstep. Coming in hot, El Chapo looking for the opportunity. A few jump shots with that S12K. The opportunity does not find itself, and this is now Nigeria looking to constrict up onto Morocco. So far, so good for either side. Nigeria, though, feeling quite battered and bruised at this point. They've been trying to hold out in the fight, but it does seem like Morocco is going to end the run right there for them, as Nigeria, valiant effort, but Morocco had other intentions, right? They had their eyes locked in on those points. Nigeria, though, walking out of here with 1 point to their name, not the worst that they could walk away with. But if we look down on that far southern side, it's going to be Algeria now getting ready for their turn.
Exactly, and they're waiting right on top of that roof. They want Morocco to make a mistake, and they'll be the ones enjoying this time round as they get these eliminations on Morocco. But so far, it seems like Morocco is not going to let them engage in this fight. They are looting up, yes, and Algeria does spot them. Lazy Boy is down. That means Morocco now has the players from Algeria going in for that push. You can see them getting the vehicles, and they will be going towards El Chapo to make sure they can get at least some eliminations against Morocco again. But we have El Chapo, they're going away. I mean, that is the best call, seeing that the players from Algeria are not letting them slide. El Chapo's vehicle, they're quite damaged. Beautiful spray there, does get the damage, and El Chapo is down. Beautiful spray there from Roses. He'll be taking him back to lobby, of course, and Algeria now making it a really hard day for Morocco. All their players are down except for one, and that is Marshall, who has gone far away from this fight. Honestly, I want to understand what is happening towards Morocco's side, what might be causing this change in the gameplay compared to game one.
I have to agree with you. It's quite an interesting shift in the dynamic. I mean, you would have expected Morocco to, come in swinging in game number 2, seeing that they've had such a successful run already. So yeah, once we find out if we could miraculously find the answer to that question, that'd be great. In the meanwhile, while we wait, we're going to look at the zone, and Marshall does find themselves in a very good position towards the zone, but up to the north, we can see Egypt starting to mobilize, starting to get ready to roll. They're looking for opportunities. They're looking for angles, and I think Ghana, yeah, might be the next team to maybe fall victim to a super aggressive spray coming in from the Egypt side.
Yep, and as soon as Egypt spots you and they can see even a small loophole, just a tiny, teeny hope of getting one knock, Egypt will always take it. I have seen that from game 2 and 3, and that is something they are very, very good at doing. Morocco solo player Marshall will be forced to play now very passively. Well, it's no longer called camping, it's called strategically holding buildings. And that's what he's going to be forced to do now, because no one is going to be able to give him any cover or support him in case a team decides to come to this compound or anyone spots his vehicle outside and they decide to go ahead and push him. So he has to be very much strategic with his calls when it comes to this game. But he decides to spray. I think he had someone and he decides to engage. So that might be the wrong call. But then Egypt there does go in for that push. Really want to know what's going to be happening now, because Egypt already has one of the players there is down, and of course they're going to go for that. Thus, they have been able to take at least one player from Senegal back to lobby, and now what will be happening is that they'll be pushing the last player, Payne, because causing him some sort of distress, and just like that, again, is dominating all over again. This is something with again and Nasser. They have really good synergy when it comes to pushing. They're doing it together.
Yeah, unfortunate ending there for Benin as they've just been gobbled up. A very hungry Egypt moving in, just finding everyone around them. Now it's going to be Madagascar coming through with their rotation up to the north. Of course, Egypt has spotted them. Now NASA keeping a very close eye here as they've spotted out the players from Ghana. The angle is there. It's going to be Knockers looking to see if they can get the spray. Senegal, in the meanwhile, are going to be focusing up into Djibouti as NASA is now trying to escape the spray. Goat going absolutely crazy. NASA has been found. Hey, yo, let's go for this. It is going to be excitement as Ghana now just backs a bit of a punch into the side there of Egypt. The blue catching up with them, but there's still 3 players left. So, I mean, they're not out of the woods just yet. Egypt now going to look to respond in kind. As you can see, Ghana falling a little bit to the wayside here. Egypt absolutely brutalizing them.
Exactly. Egypt there was actually on the losing side. They lost one of their strongholds, and that is Nasser, but they cannot lose hope yet because they have more players to their side. That is, actually again is down as well. Might just be taken back to lobby, and this time round Egypt's chicken dinner might not be guaranteed, seeing that they have lost 2 of their players. The 3rd player is down, and a 1 man remains standing. That is Zuxi. We know he can carry his own weight, but for how long, seeing that the players there from Senegal are going to be watching there. They're going to be waiting for that for that chance to get at least something happening on their side. But so far Baby is down, and that means Ringo will be going towards the safe zone. Good use of the piggyback feature in PUBG Mobile, but will he be able to make it to the zone without Zuxi eliminating them as they try to do so?
Oh, it's going to be very close. You can see Ringo and Baby super low on the HP. It's getting dark. They lose 1 as Baby gets taken on down. But fortunately for Ringo, they managed to survive. But it's not going to be a safe spot because we do have Senegal just hanging in the wing. So, yeah, Egypt down to a solo. It's going to be Zuxi looking to just ride this blue storm all the way back into something that resembles a little bit of safety. Things are looking pretty tough on that northern front. Down south, though, not much of a different angle to play at here. We do see Algeria and South Africa in a bit of a standoff. Ghana is going to be taken out of here as the blue gets the better of the squad. Now, Algeria already 3 eliminations up. Still a long way to go till we get to that winner chicken dinner. Senegal now opting into the drink, trying to swim over onto that military island. And only 7 teams. You can see Egypt with a solo. Morocco still here, holding on with that solo. Senegal taking a beating as the blue is eating at their health pass. But I'm curious as to what Algeria is going to be doing because, I mean, they are still very southern on that zone.
They are playing it quite well, actually. You can see how they're holding and they're making their rotations for now. I don't think they'll be moving this from the southern side yet. They're just going to be doing the small rotations around to see who's right next to them, and then they can decide whether to engage in that fight or not. South Africa, on the other hand, is also closing in. A good thing to see them still surviving. They were able to get at least some eliminations at the beginning of the game. That means they have at least 4 points, even though they have played it a little bit safe so far. They have not taken on the fight, which is totally okay. All that matters is how many points will we have gathered by the end of the day. And surprisingly, Egypt has been eliminated.
Ooh, all right. So Egypt not going to be getting a turkey, right? That triple back-to-back winner chicken dinners. So no turkey on the table here. And I think the teams are going to be breathing a slight sigh of relief. But now it opens up the floodgates for the remainder of the lobby to lock in and get it done. I think Algeria are going to be a pretty strong contender for this. Unless, of course, South Africa can look to oppose that play. Mauritius, though, also with a very decent setup out on the edge of the water. Keish doing a little bit of fishing here. Nothing wrong with that. Enjoying the sunlight and everything that this map can bring on through. And with that, Senegal are also now going to find themselves in quite a difficult position.
I agree with that. I mean, Mauritius right now, we can call this an improvement. When you were looking at the overall rankings, you mentioned Mauritius and Madagascar, and I believe Mauritius have stepped up their game now. We have at least 6 teams remaining, and they're still in the game. They have the numbers. One elimination to their name, totally okay. He's going to be looking for more. Kaish going outside the zone for that elimination, not really a strategic move, but we'll see how that goes. Seeing that teams are looking around here, he's trying to find the last player there from Senegal to see if he can get him, but the zone is pushing him towards the safe zone. Everyone has to go towards the zone because now we're getting to a phase where the zone is very much damaging, and just might be the enemy you do not want to be an enemy to. Anything wrong, and the zone will be the one taking the chicken dinner from you at this stage.
Yeah, it'd be quite sad if the blue zone gets the winner chicken dinner. You don't want to do that because nobody gets points then.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I don't think I've ever really seen that happen. So we'll just continue on and see how this one plays out. Algeria, Mauritius, South Africa, and Madagascar looking pretty strong. They all have still 4 players up, so they can still make quite a bit happen with this. Algeria, though, I think this high ground, if the zone pulls to the southern side, Algeria could be the team that is on the money with this one, because they've got the angles to support that, they've got the terrain to support that. But if the zone goes to the north, it's going to be a very tight fight between Mauritius, Madagascar, and I'd even maybe say South Africa. But South Africa is a little bit more towards the eastern side as opposed to that northern side.
Yeah, that's actually true. South Africa might be really focused on that chicken. You can see how they're handling these games. I'm really impressed, if I'm being honest, because they have decided not to be aggressive. They have decided to be patient to the rotations, and they are going to be waiting. They're holding that compound patiently, and they don't want to move till the zone forces them to move from that place. For everyone else, Mauritius is playing from a high ground, quite open. If anyone decides to engage them, that might be a very hard place to defend. But then for everyone else that has a compound there from South Africa, they are doing quite well. The two teams you mentioned, Mauritius and Madagascar, finally here, Algeria, Morocco, the two teams that are contending for the second and the third place slots are also in the game. And then we have South Africa at the fourth place, also contending for the second and third slots. So I'm going to be really excited to see how this turns out after the games end, because now I believe everyone has gotten the hang of the game. They have the first game jitters are down, they have relaxed, they are looking at their strategy, making their rotations, making the right calls, and might just be working out for most, if not all, the teams at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, even though the first game jitters might have taken 3 matches, I'm happy that they've been able to shake it off, right? Because we want to see what they can bring to this battlefield. And so far, it's looking pretty good. We got those odds up at the top of the screen as well. It's pretty tough odds for Marshall, 7% to get that winner chicken dinner. It's not impossible. It's just not very likely, right? Because essentially, Morocco is the only country in the top 5 that has 1 player. Everybody else has got 4. So, the odds are not exactly in their favor. But
Well,
we'll see how it goes, because the zone has shifted to the north and it is leaning a little bit more in favor of Madagascar. So this is now going to put that pressure on Algeria as well as even Mauritius now to lock down a good spot.
exactly. Unfortunately, there for South Africa, they are quite exposed to the players from Algeria. Even though it seems like they're not going to be focused on getting to the zone now, they will be making it hard for South Africa. The sprays there from Hart as Hammer connecting, not getting enough damage, but he's getting some damage on the players from South Africa. They are getting sprayed from every single angle. All might be spotting him, even though they are taking on a fight against Algeria. Eva right now is a little bit distracted, and Marshall might just be a little bit lucky to try and make it to the safe zone.
Yeah, but see, Marshall's going to say, remember, guys, Marshall matters. A little bit of that Eminem joke. But in the meanwhile, South Africa feeling the heat as Reverb has been picked up by the utilities. And see whether or not Sneaks and the rest of the team now can get the job patched on up. Mauritius, though, looking pretty confident as they're starting to look around the top. Algeria, though, only 2 eliminations up, right? They've been so active, but we've not been seeing a lot of that really working out in their favor just yet. We did also see that Marshall has been spotted. Fortunately for Marshall, nothing much has come through from that. So I would give that up to probably the best game of hide and seek that we've seen so far here today.
True.
Now, South Africa, Mauritius, and Algeria letting it all loose against each other.
Exactly, Mauritius. They're losing all of the players, and now players from South Africa are getting closer. Algeria, they are taking on the nades, getting a lot of grenades, trying to connect to get at least a knock on the players from South Africa. The nade does connect, and 2 knocks are in here for South Africa. That leaves only 2 players. That is Links and his teammates, so that is something they have to be really careful about. They have lost at least 2 of their teammates. They cannot get closer to get the revive. Algeria here has the views, but what will be their play? Seeing that already 2 of them are down. Seems like player is aware that there's a team from South Africa, that is players from South Africa holding the shack, and they might just be waiting for them to leave, and then they can try and get those eliminations. Mauritius playing really safe. Marshall is yet to move, but honestly, it is time. We have waited for too long. It's time for Marshall to get closer and engage.
Well, we'll find out soon just what Marshall has up their sleeve, as it is now Algeria turning their sights over onto Mauritius. Geish says, "Oh no, you don't." Sends out the response, keeps them at bay, but of course that is Mauritius now down to a solo, so there's only so much that Geish can do. Good to have a Geish v Marshall showdown. The zone, however, is not going to allow too much of that really to come through here, as Algeria is trying to pick up the pieces. One of the only squads, well, in fact, the only crew left with 4 players in this game. They have the numbers advantage. They have a slight bit of high ground to try and play off of as well, but they don't quite have that favorable position within the zone. And looking at Marshall, Marshall is going to be looking to make a little bit of noise, trying to see if they can find some damage. South Africa, though, they don't really have to move again, though, but the shack, not the best place to be. One well-placed nade, and it is the end of the road. So let's see how Algeria is going to look now to make a stand against the rest of the lobby. They got a 49% chance to win this match. 53.
Yeah, they have the numbers, then why not? And you can see how much pressure they're putting on the players. They are from South Africa. Unfortunately, their Marshall has been eliminated. That will be sad for Morocco. Not that bad, because they got the placement points. Maybe will be helping them to gather at least a couple of points up. But so far, Mauritius player, 1 man standing from Mauritius, that is Kaish, quite low, has been spotted by the player that is Hunt, Triple X, and he does get to take away the last player from Mauritius.
Hopefully. Yeah, it definitely has been. So we should find out soon what has happened. It does seem like we're gonna leave it in suspense, right? We'll not know until we know exactly what the outcome of this match has been. I mean, either which way, I still think that this game was an interesting shift. It does show you that when the zone goes anywhere else to what it's been in those first two Erangels that we've had, that things change up a little bit, right? Taking a southern shift, it does change up the dynamic a little bit more so, in Egypt having a little bit more of a challenge. And here we go, of course, we have that final blow. Oh, all right, so Algeria, they were the one to reign supreme as they stepped up and locked it in, got their hands on that glorious winner chicken dinner. Absolutely amazing stuff, and we love to see it. It was suspenseful, it was stressful, and we did see Egypt getting taken out, so they weren't able to be there and be a menace to the rest of the lobby. So absolutely amazing stuff. So much fun to see what these teams have decided to bring into game number 4. But with all of that then being said, it means that there's only one more thing to do, right? We have 2 Miramars that are going to get ready to move on up. And I think, Mitch, this is where things could get quite exciting, because the final Erangel for the day, beautiful change up. But now what's going to happen when we step into the desert?
It's the desert. Anything could happen. It's the desert. It's open. It has no trees. If it has them, they're dry. So everything is just all up to you. If you don't know the hills, I believe the desert is the worst place to play if you do not understand it. Get in the right position, there will be everything. Everything.
Well, we'll find out soon. And of course, before we can find out, we have to step into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys in a short few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to move into the final stretch of the day. We are done with Erangel. We are done with Sanhok. All that's left now is the final two Miramars to see where the teams are going to end after the first day of play. Egypt did not get the winner chicken dinner. Instead, Algeria rose out of the flames to claim that winner chicken dinner with everything they could. But what an exciting this match has been so far, Mitch.
Yeah, it has been the most exciting match so far. Maybe yet we might see more, but that was a really interesting game coming from Algeria, getting 9 points in total and 9 eliminations in total. And I believe their total points should be around 19. That should be closing the gap there between Egypt. We'll be seeing that later. But for now, that was a really good play coming from Algeria. They did a really good job. They got the eliminations. They got the most damage or that they could get. I believe player they're getting 687. That's really good. Hunt with 4 eliminations, and then player with 3 assists. That means the team there really worked together towards a chicken dinner, and we saw it happen exactly as it should have.
Yeah, well, speaking about it, let's just take a look at how Algeria got to that amazing finish. Of course, finishing up with 9 eliminations, almost hitting the double-digit play, but a good response. Something that I've seen, though, is once we get into the team that got that winner chicken dinner, at least this has been true for the last 2 games, one of the players has 200 and something damage, but not a single elimination or a single knockout counting to them. So an interesting little bit of an observation that I've made into that. I don't think it means anything, but it's just interesting to see nonetheless. But I think the important part for us to look at is, of course, from this match summary moving onwards. Not as many knocks coming through this time, not as long range hits. Also, not an overly excessive amount of utilities being used this time around.
That's true. Looking at the eliminations, they did a good number, but troubles this game are higher than the previous game. I wonder what is getting into the players. They're using their grenades just right. 129. That's a lot. The lowest elimination 267. Not as high as the first game yet. We are yet to see anyone beating that mark. But the players so far are doing a really good job. They are doing very intense games. 12 headshots. They have accurate sprays there, but we are yet to see that get into even more than 12. That will be really impressive. But so far, the players are doing a really good job across the table.
Yeah, and speaking about the good job, I mean, look at the point distribution here, right? Algeria picking up 19 total points. Mauritius coming through on 12. South Africa and Egypt then finishing on 10 points apiece. And Morocco up there with the 9 as well. Madagascar, yeah, 4 points. I mean, it's not a crazy amount of points, but still a decent serving to walk away with here. Djibouti also going to be finishing strong and steady on 4. And then, of course, Senegal and Ghana coming in on 5 points each. So, yeah, that was kind of the bounce back match that we were hoping to see come through from Mauritius. It was about time, right? Yeah, it was a good one to do it in. But now, are they going to be able to pull it all the way through to the final 2, right? We're changing maps. We're changing a lot of things as we move into the final stretch. So there's going to be a lot to be seen here as the teams will have to try and make the most of that. And of course, as we take a look onto that second page, Nigeria and Niger, the 2 only countries to sit on this side with points for themselves, right? So Congo, Benin, Tunisia, and Somalia, each going back with a bag of donuts.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there. I mean, the number of teams going home with the donuts are almost filling up a box. Those are basically 6. That's a whole box. So it is increasing. It's very alarming there. But I mean, it does happen. It is just the 4th game. They have 2 more deserts to play in. And then maybe now we can talk about the teams that don't have that much points when the games come to an end. But also looking at Algeria here, 19 points from that game. At least they'll be a little bit closer to Egypt now. Even though Egypt has 10 points, that means getting there might also be a little bit shaky. But we'll be seeing if anything changes as we head into the next game. Will we be seeing Algeria still trying to close this gap? Because I feel like that is what they're looking for right now.
Yeah, and as I was expecting, even a tough match coming through for the side of Egypt does get them that much closer to hitting a century on the first day. So absolutely insane business on that end. But I like this for Algeria, now securely on 51 points, definitely closing that gap considerably. And yes, as that bell rings, it is going to be South Africa, Ghana, and Senegal moving up the overall standings. Of course, Madagascar now joining on this first page. Mauritius now making it well into that top 10. And Morocco still holding nice and steady up in the top 3. Not going to be all too concerned about teams applying too much heat, as they are leading with 9 points ahead of 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, really impressive. I was asking about the margin. They're getting close, and they might just get there. It depends on how they handle this fight. But then so far, we have Djibouti. They're at 7 points. 13th, you have Benin with 6. Tunisia coming 14th with 5. And then, well, at least this time around, when you look at the overall, your donuts cannot fill a box because they only have Congo, Ivory Coast, and Zimbabwe. All of them getting 0 points from that game, all the games so far. But honestly, 2 more games, anything could happen. We have seen Algeria do it, so why not every other team doing it as well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to be looking towards Congo to try and secure some points in the final 2 matches of the day. So there'll be a double dose of opportunity for them to accomplish exactly that goal. I think that's at the very minimum what you want to strive for, is to ensure that you have a little bit of something that you've been able to bring onto those overall standings. But yeah, of course, now having taken a look at the overall standings, it means that we are that much closer to getting in onto Miramar to see exactly where these teams are going. And we're that close that we're hopping straight into it, right? We are again coming through from what seems to be that western side, still staying quite south with regards to that overall flight path. So yeah, it seems like south is kind of the way to go here today.
Yeah, exactly. We have seen people just looking at the flight path and decided to go far away from it. So maybe that will be happening here as well. But when you look at the flight path coming basically again on the southern side, that means the safe zone will be on the northern side. That's basically what has been happening. Unless Miramar is a little bit different, where people will be forced to go to the southern side, playing along Patrona. That will be a very interesting game. But we'll just wait and see how it plays out. Miramar tends to be a very hard map to maneuver. If you do not understand it, maneuvering Miramar will be a very hard thing to do.
Yeah, it definitely will be hard, and it will be hot as well. So that's always a nice little bonus to bring on through. Not that the heat has any impact on what these teams are going to be looking to bring on through. Egypt, though, starting it off with a nice little play up into the lovely Picaro here as they get the ball rolling. Usually when the team that drops in the pink buildings, right, the compound, the angle here where Egypt find themselves, normally we do see a slight bit of that delay, right? They don't necessarily always spring into action as quickly as we see Egypt doing here, but they are going up against the side here of Djibouti. So Zuxi could be looking to come rashing up on NASA.
Exactly. And for Djibouti now, they are still getting to feel the pressure here. Of course, Nasser is down. We can see it was quite easy seeing that he was sandwiched. But then one of the players that is Nasser from Egypt is down. And Zuxi there getting the last, been able to reflex. I mean, that was good there from Jen again. And for Nasser, he's lucky that Zuxi tried to get the cover there through the window. When the player from Djibouti tried to get the thrust there on Nasser. Otherwise, Egypt would have lost one more player too early in the game. We are just getting started. That's just it. And Egypt already has 4 eliminations to their name. Congo there taking on an early fight. Not the best thing to do for them so far. But then they have only one player remaining, that is Silver. We'll be going for that push against Somalia player Beast. And he does get the damage and trying to get that push there. He is eliminated by Hulk from Somalia, making it impossible for Congo to survive.
Well, one thing that I was happy with about what we saw come through up in Picaro was the fact that we had NASA versus NASA, right? So I'm just happy about that, right? I don't have to ask for it to happen. It kind of happened organically, right? So that was lovely. And, you know, Congo here, they tried, but unfortunately Somalia just came in super aggressive, just rushed up into them. And I think what's also making it a little bit more challenging for the side of Congo is the fact that they only had the 3 players that came into this lobby. If they had an additional player, maybe there could have been an opportunity for them to at least secure a little bit of a spray or a knock or something. But you know what? There's one more match for today in which they can try to do exactly that. In the meanwhile, as we look at the rest of the teams, it is a very wide spread across the map itself. We did see all the teams landing essentially in that southwestern side, with the zone again going up towards the north, centering up beautifully on towards water treatment and potentially even maybe those fields in Hacienda del Patron. So I'm curious as to where these teams are going to look to get themselves situated, and also when, right? Are they going to be proactive and do it early? So far, the answer is not yet.
Yep, I agree with you on that. The players, the teams are not even sure where they want to be anymore. And this safe zone choosing to be on the northern side every single time, they will really have to focus on the places you have mentioned. Hacienda del Patron is one of the best places to stay if you're not looking to engage in a fight. But we'll be seeing how they make their rotations already. We can see a couple of rotations are starting to be taken. We have at least the players from Algeria. They're looking to be in the safe zone early. Egypt is coming behind them. There will be, of course, surprising them if they decide to engage in this fight early in the game. Remember the two teams, Algeria and Egypt, are somehow contending for that first place position. Though the margin is quite high, if Algeria decides to get going with the same type of gameplay they had in the previous game, then we might just be seeing Egypt getting a team giving them the same pressure they've been giving the other teams so far in the games.
Yeah, but I want same but different, right? I wanna see that kind of play out here. So yep, there's still quite a few opportunities for someone to take up a dominating position ahead of the rest of the lobby. Senegal now getting caught out here in Partona, as they will have to cross the bridge. We did see Somalia close to that bridge just north of where Senegal was situated. So maybe something could come from that. Not quite sure just yet, but it does seem like Senegal, yeah, they just having a blast, right? It's going to be goat flying. Whoop. There we go. Nailed it. Stuck the landing. Now the rest of the crew are going to look to rotate up as well. Yep, there is, of course, the side of Somalia. So they still have to be a little bit cautious, and Somalia could set up a beautiful bit of a bridge camp.
Is exactly what will be happening right now. I mean, the bridge comes in Miramar, very interesting, honestly, if I'm being honest. They've seen here that Senegal is trying to cross the bridge here. Somalia, though, on the other hand, have decided not to wait on them, which is totally okay. And we want to see how it will be played. Will they be able to have anything happening on their side? But then Senegal will be taking theirs from Somalia. They're ready to engage in that fight. Hulk there is also very much ready.
Well, here we go with Nasty Boy getting ready for a little bit of a something here. Senegal now, not the best spot to be in. It is going to be some pretty hard work to get the 2.5 kilometers traveled and secured all the way back in towards that zone. And yeah, it does seem like that's kind of the flavor of the day. The teams for the time being are all going to be rotating, looking to secure that next location, that next position. Hopefully Senegal can get themselves going. I'm not quite sure if Yuji Boy is going to be able to survive this, as the health bar is getting scary low. Oh, talk about a close call. That was almost too close for comfort.
Yep, that is exactly what is happening. And being comfortable, I don't think is on the table anymore. Seeing that everyone is honestly focused on making it to the safe zone and getting as many points as possible and getting the compounds they need to secure. Miramar is very confusing. I have to say it. Miramar trying to secure a compound might work now, and if the zone decides to shift, it's never a small shift. You have to do a whole rotation with your vehicle from point A to point B. And I'm going to be looking to see how the teams do the rotation. If you look at Tunisia, they're coming from far out in the blue zone from Puerto Paraíso. They're coming towards the zone. We have a team in Los Leones, and they have not yet moved. Somalia as well is making the rotations, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the late rotations, seeing that this is Miramar, big map, going towards the safe zone. You have no utilities. Surviving that rotation will cost you a couple of meds, which is something you don't want to do as early as the first zones of the game.
Yeah, you don't want to use it all up just to get to a position which might not work out that well either. So, speaking of positions that could maybe work out well, is this one here for the side of Madagascar, right? They've found themselves with a bit of an angle to play here. We do see them going up against South Africa, as well as the players coming through from Ghana, I believe, just behind them. Ooh, are they going to be able to clean it up, though? Will we see Ghana escape and maybe wrap around them and come through with a jump? Or are we going to have Nash connect that nade all the way up to where it needs to go? For Ghana here, an interesting spread that they've decided to opt for here. I mean, Madagascar also trying to get out of the sticky situation. But, yeah, South Africa's not letting them do that just yet.
Yeah, South Africa is really playing on the aggressive side right now, and they need the points though. They have to get that point up for their team. But so far, Madagascar, they're getting at least two of their teammates down. That is really unfortunate. Ghana, they're waiting on Morocco, to make their rotations, and we'll be seeing what's happening. But then Marshall being able to get at least one knock there on the player. He will be taking him back to lobby. Madagascar here, the player is really trying to get the rotations happening. He is quite low. His vehicle is damaged as well. But then the Ghana player Ringo is not going to let him leave this place at all. Ringo's land is always the land of dust. Beautiful spray there, and there we go. Amazing play from him.
I'm pretty sure Ringo stood there and saw the spot, and he was like, "Yep, bingo, I've got this one." Now I'm just going to try and lock it in. In the meanwhile, we do see the players from Morocco also just hugging the edge of the mountain, up to a slightly different position. Is where we can see Egypt also now trying to come through with a few rotations. Of course, not quite center zone, but more towards the southern edge of that zone, as the teams have predominantly chosen to focus their efforts a lot more onto the north. This could be El Chapo now getting a warm little welcome coming through here, as Ringo and Power are going to be the two final players left for the side of Ghana.
Yeah, they're actually quite patient. If you can see how they're handling the fights, I don't think they want to leave that place yet. If you find a sweet spot in Miramar, never leave that spot, because leaving that place and another team takes it, that will be the worst thing for you. You will feel the pain, and it might just affect your gameplay, seeing that you left a place that would have given you at least a chicken dinner, some easy kills to another team to enjoy that spot. But then Egypt here does spot the players from South Africa, and of course that is Nasser waiting for the players from South Africa to make a mistake, and then maybe we'll be seeing whether they will be taking down South Africa or not.
Well, we'll find out soon as Egypt starts to push on in. They do find themselves a little bit of links as they get the one in. Still now up to Reverb and Kids to see if they can maybe come through with a bit of a response, a bit of a retaliation. They're going to have very limited time, because not only do they have one team up on the one side, they are getting pushed from the back end as well. So got to be very, very cautious and not overextend your reach just yet. Curious as to whether or not Carry Boy and the rest of the players there from Morocco are going to look to get involved here. Are they just going to stay off in the distance, or could we maybe see them look to strike some fear maybe to the side of Egypt?
Probably how they're playing there, some fear. But Egypt, I think, is trying to get a comeback. The last game there was just not it for them, and they are looking to make sure it works. You can see the number of eliminations they have already gotten. That tells you Egypt is meaning business for this game. This land of dust is not everyone's map, so maybe we'll be getting another team giving Egypt a hard time. You can see what South Africa is doing so far, so that maybe is something we'll be looking into. But then 8 eliminations this early in the game, we have at least 41 people in this game, so that will be very interesting to see if they can get us to 20 again.
Yeah, we just had a nice little dunk come through there from Reverb as they sent it up into the side there, Egypt. So the responses are making its way on in. We could also see Niger come in with a bit of a play. As you can see, AK climbing that hillside. So Egypt this time around not showing as aggressive of a front as they've been showing in game 2 and 3. Where the rest of the lobby, as you've said earlier, has now woken up a little bit, right? They've also now joined the party, joined the fray. So let's see just who's going to look to apply that pressure. I like what, I believe that's Morocco, are looking to do as well, right? Also, just slowly encroaching on the position here. And this could be exactly what we've been waiting for.
Exactly. They need to get that Mini 14 out of Reverb's hands, because what is that? I mean, he's getting the knocks there. He's giving Egypt a hard time, and now he's giving Morocco the same hard time. You have Nasser, they're making the rotations. Honestly, I'm really impressed with how South Africa is taking on this fight right now. They have the compound, they're using it to their advantage. They're not really going outside to engage in a fight. We talked about how wide and open Miramar can get, and for South Africa right now, they are holding a compound and they're the safest when it comes to the fights are happening all around them. Egypt right now, they had the players from Morocco right next to them, but they opted not to take on that fight because why not? I shouldn't really engage in this fight if I do not need to do so.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those calculated decisions coming through here, and I think that is what could look to really drive it home for a lot of our squads here. Tunisia also still going to be just rolling around looking for an entry point to take. Ooh, Somalia getting found here by Algeria. Algeria, though, only with a 2-piece, so there is some hope for Somalia to play the upset to see if they can get the angles on to the edge. As it is still a very heavy cram angle to try and take occupancy of. But now, Algeria, not done yet. They are spotting out Egypt. As you can see, player 1 finding Nasser. Up comes a quick little sneaky rotation here from the side of Senegal. So to squeeze on in. But this is where we see an odd kind of sandwich thing that could be happening against Senegal, right? Algeria on the one side, Egypt on the other. You don't want to get caught in between the two of them.
Yeah, exactly. Being in the middle of two strong teams that are really looking to get their points up, then you might just be that one feed they need to eat so that they can get their chicken well fed for this game. But they have to be really careful, honestly. Egypt is not letting anyone pass by them without trying to get as much damage as possible. Mauritius, on the other hand, is doing the same exact thing to Tunisia. One of the players, that is Chala, is down. So the other players really need to focus either on getting the revive or going away from this fight. But then Chala, unfortunately, cannot be revived, and Mauritius has to now figure out what next. Are we going to be waiting, or will we be moving to the safe zone, seeing that the zone is about to close in? 3 players standing from Tunisia, they're making their rotations on the safe zone. A beautiful spray from Kaish does get 1 player down, that is Ronzi, and of course they can now feel the confidence kicking in, and just like that, Mauritius player Kaish does get a wipe on a team by himself. Finally.
What a play. What a play. I mean, Keish just going absolutely crazy just in case they need those extra few points. But, of course, now looking up to the side of Zuxi and Co, we can see them still riding on high. Agay has been spotted as South Africa finds a cheeky knock. It's now Nigeria and Mauritius getting ready for their own showdown as they've rushed up into Cigar, looking to make a little bit of something happen. 11 and the rest of the crew here from Nigeria at the ready. They just need the go-ahead. Now exists, riding the edge, looking through the windows, hoping for a bit of an angle. And you can see all the noises and the footsteps is making it just a little bit more challenging for the side of Nigeria to identify exactly where Mauritius are situated.
Exactly, and the players from Mauritius are not letting Nigeria leave this place at all. This here is trying to get as much damage as possible, but the players are moving back around the place there. But then a nade there from Logic does get a knock on the players from Nigeria, and they'll be cooking up more nades, and we'll be seeing whether those nades are able to get us more knocks. But so far, Nigeria is not having an easy time here against Mauritius. The nades that are being cooked up are too many, and they will be getting a lot of damage on the players from Nigeria. 11 there, waiting patiently, doesn't want to expose himself at all. He's waiting for Mauritius players to get closer, and then maybe he will be engaging the damage there. That means Baby can seize this there, and he does get some damage on him. But what will be the play here from Nigeria, seeing that already Mauritius is on the lead in here, and with their nades are actually connecting? What will be next? So we have the players there from Egypt now taking on Morocco, another battle we have been waiting to see for the second time now since the last 2 games. That was not possible.
Yeah, let's see how this one is going to pan out. NASA trying to cook it up, trying to provide a little bit of that pressure relief while they get their team back up in fighting form. South Africa could get the hot ticket into the lobby. Not quite just yet, as Lynx, or Kids rather, is trying to find that spray. Did see Reverb getting taken on down, but Kids does find Zuxi. So Egypt now again being put on a slight bit of a back foot. South Africa, however, will get eliminated. It is going to be Nigeria taking down quite a few of the players there from the side of Somalia, with a big helping hand coming through from Mauritius as they rush on forward. Nigeria now absolutely down to the last few, as they won't survive. It will be Mauritius to take them out. We are now left with our top 8 teams for this game. Benin still here, Niger also here, but we are yet to see them secure some elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, Benin and Niger surviving this long, I am actually going to say that it's very impressive of them to continue with the same tempo and showing that they, even though we're new here, we understand and we want to show more. And they're doing exactly that. So amazing calls there from the Benin team, and Niger doing that very good job surviving. But then you have Egypt, they're trying to get some nades towards the players from Morocco. The nades might not be able to connect now because the players from Morocco are moving around and not holding the same place, or with the zone starting to move in, all the teams will be forced to go closer into the safe zone and find a way of surviving now that they have at least a few seconds till you start going into the places where you can no longer even stay outside the building because all the teams have finally closed in, and it is time for everyone to have, well, best of luck to their sprays, because at this point your spray really matters. Be amazing knockdown Zuxi, and Egypt now will be getting the pressure from Morocco.
Yeah, El Chapo just climbing up the ridge, looking for the angle, the opportunity. Ooh, they get the finisher, as NASA now will not be able to bring in much of a response from here moving forward. Egypt holding on to the 2-piece. It is going to be again trying to keep that front line secured. Mauritius also on the opposite side of the zone, going to be looking for their next play, their next opportunity. But it does seem like Morocco have their sights set on Egypt. Egypt, though, with 13 eliminations up, already doing quite a bit of work here. I believe that was Morocco. Yeah, Morocco is out of here. They will not make it any further as they finish with 6 eliminations and 7 points total for this game. Mauritius, though, looking absolutely amazing so far. 9 eliminations up, one of only 3 teams still rocking a full squad. Wick now getting hit out on their edge, as it is Benin looking to push forward. They've tasted a little bit of something. They want more. Are they going to find it? Will they be able to get that squad wipe up in towards Niger?
Probably depends on what calls they make so far, but then already they have at least one of the players is down, and we can see Moles. They're trying to go in for the revive. They have to be really careful. We can see Ghana coming in from the back, and they might be third part in this fight, and this revive might be close to impossible. Sina Baby is right above where the revive is taking place. They're young, and his teammates really need to get the cover on their teammate as he tries to get the revive on their knocked player. But so far, all the teams are now finally closing in. All of them are somehow, not all of them, but most of them are somehow close to each other. They're outside the zone. They're not even in the safe zone yet. But we have Baby, the amazing spray does get 2 players down from Niger. That will be the players that were trying to get the revive. Weak and Moles, and of course, is going to try and get the thirst happening easy peasy before they can try to go again and try to push the last remaining players from Niger.
Yeah, it might be easy peasy, but it's not quite lemon squeezy just yet. There's still 2 going. We can see Young and Eagle holding nice and steady there for the side of Niger. I like this play from Ghana. Even though Power Baby is the last one there for their squad, that is not going to deter them from still choosing aggression, choosing a little bit of violence. But we're yet to have it all been decided here, as Benin is also still patiently waiting on the edge. That zone is going to shift up, or rather close up, in the next minute and a bit of change. So whatever Benin has in mind, they will have to try and execute that strategy right now. It's going to be Exist, though, that pokes and prods and finds the angle onto Kira. So Pain 4K now needs to find a little bit of a something here alongside their teammate, who's called Vavulence. Maybe it sounds like violence all at the same time. The angle is here. Benin rushing forward. Eagle dipping out into the blue. It's a back and forth trade. Who's going to get it? Oh, Eagle comes in, wings it. Is he going to be able to survive, though? Because that blue is just nipping at their toes. Oh.
Ew. Yeah, that was that very interesting kill there with the DBS. I mean, that no one expected that. I mean, his name is Violence, so of course, do not expect anything, do not predict anything. Just relax and let him play, and he'll be impressing you with the amazing DBS elimination there. But then you have the zone is closing in, and the players from Ghana are getting to get some knocks on the players from Mauritius. Zist is down on Nathia from Prague. The might disconnect on Baby, and we might be seeing a knock, but then it doesn't really connect. Zist there getting the revive, and now we can see Logic coming in for the save. Does get a nade towards Baby. Will it be a Kobe? But then the nade doesn't really connect. But the nades are getting cooked up towards the player from. Honestly, the last player, Baby, has to be really careful because just made one player. It's not going to be a knock. It's just going to be an easy elimination, and everyone moves.
Yeah, we'll see if they will be able to make it out of this in one piece. The answer is no, they won't. But it is going to be Exist, though, looking to help Violence maybe not make it any further in this game. I've just realized that I don't have the right accent to pronounce that Violence to make it sound the way it was intended, right? So I'll just go with the wrong pronunciation, which is Violence. But speaking about Violence, though, the action, not the player. Mauritius looking pretty good. 11 eliminations. They've been cooking this past match.
They're doing it. They're doing it. I mean, it's time for them to show that they are exactly who they say they are. Because the comment section initially, they were really running up on Mauritius. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. But so far, so good. We have a couple of teams, the 3 teams, sorry, remaining. A couple of players to each team. But only the team with the most players so far is the Senegal. So that's something we'll be talking about as well. I mean, Senegal has survived this long. And we have Kaish there trying to really engage in that fight against the player from Egypt. The nades are connecting, but we have a player coming in from the back, and that is again, always is again, and he does get a knock on Kaish, and he'll be going in for that push with his teammates. But then, unfortunately, the other players from Mauritius are not that close, so we'll be seeing what will be happening here. So far, so good. We do not have a wipe on either of the teams. The 3 teams are still standing.
Well, it's going to come down to the wire. Egypt with 2, Mauritius with 3, Senegal. They have the numbers. Well, I mean, unless Logic does what Logic was trying to do there and gets that finishing blow. Exist, though. Going to be trying to get a little bit more cheeky here as they push up. It is going to be AK, and again, just fighting on the opposite end. A nice little bit of a tennis match that we're watching right here. Egypt, Mauritius. I'm not quite sure what the score is just yet, but it does seem to be, well, 45 love in favor of Mauritius as they are locking it in. 14 eliminations. Egypt goes down. 2 squads remain. And this could be that clutch up play coming through from Mauritius. 1 player standing between them. And a 16 elimination winner chicken dinner. Rise. Just holding nice and steady. Ooh, 2 players, in fact. I missed the numbers. No, it is going to be Goat. We'll get to see if they can clutch it up. Mauritius holding on for dear life. They can almost taste it. They can feel the wind from that chicken heading in their direction. But it's all going to come down to Goat. This nade, if well placed, this could end the match. Right here, it bounces. It goes.
Oh. The nade actually almost connected. His name is Goat. So I believe in people calling themselves some names. They have a reason why they do that. And the Goat right now is cooking up the nades here towards the plus Mauritius. The nade almost connects, getting frags, quite damaged. But then Zist and frags. Initially, the odds were looking good for Mauritius. But then now, as the game progresses, Senegal player Goat got that basic flank, and he was able to get at least 1 player from Mauritius back to lobby. That gave them the upper hand, and now the tables are turning, and we might just be seeing Senegal. They have not been dominating so far. We might just be seeing them coming in the land of desert and giving us a chicken dinner.
Well, they could. The odds are looking to stack up in favor of Senegal. Ooh, Exist, though. Exist and frags. They gotta get it. Rise. Very, very lucky managing to escape that. But this could be that play. Senegal All they got to do is try and group up Mauritius in some way, shape, or form, and then just welcome them with a few of those welcoming nades, right? It's a very auspicious occasion as we are about to hit the final closure. This is going to be stage 9. There's nowhere else to run other than the lobby. And looking at Senegal, they've got the angle, right? With Rise there, smack dab center zone, it's going to be really tough for Mauritius to contest that. Their only option is going to be to run forward. So great read coming through here from Rise as they loot the airdrop now. Get ready to utilize that upgraded gear. They've now just repatched themselves and they know they are ready for the showdown frags. Trying to find a way. Oh, are they going to get down this mountain? Well, the answer is with a quick ticket potentially back into the lobby. It is going to be Goat on the opposite end, but Goat not quite having the angle. They do prep the nade. Gonna look to send it out. Could this be the one to close it up on frags? The double whammy moves the box out of the way. Down goes Goat. Oh, Senegal.
Wow.
Very, very close to getting a wipe out there. What a play though. Mauritius coming in right to the very end.
I mean, that's really impressive. The nades, the last 2 nades, they would have gotten that elimination easy, confirmed. But what happened is the nade from Goat and the nade from Boy, both of them kind of linked, and the box just, maybe the airdrop just moved, that's all. But they were not even able to get the damage that grenade. He got at least 1 knock with the DBS. That was really impressive. I mean, that last fight was amazing. Anyway, it is a land of dust, and these are things we expect to see in Miramar. A lot of things are new. Players just think outside the box because that's all you have to do to survive Miramar.
And if you can't think outside the box, just send 2 grenades in to move the box, and then right, that also works. But what a play that has been. Senegal, I mean, they just decided, you know what, it's go time. Let's go have some fun. But you got to commend the efforts being brought through there by Mauritius as well, right? A very elimination-heavy performance from them. And that's exactly the kind of performance that you need to see, especially on the first day, to try and secure that strong finish so that when day 2 comes around, you can play with a little less stress, right? Not no stress, but just a little bit less.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. That was really good coming from Mauritius. They made the right calls. They took their time, and finally it paid out. They did get to go up in the leaderboard, and that's something we were looking to see. But for now, we'll be taking a quick break, and then we'll be right back with you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're getting ready to move into the final match of the day, bananas and all, right? It is time for action, and I say that, and I look this way because, you know, you gotta get the sustenance, and you gotta make sure that you will last all the way to the end. Same goes for these players. We've now seen 5 insane matches making their way on through. This last one turning out so amazing. Senegal, though, not getting the craziest winner chicken dinner, but you got to give it up, though. I mean, still a phenomenal performance. And then, of course, Mauritius going for the double-digit push. Just love it when this happens.
Yeah, it has been a very interesting game. And now that we are going to the last game, seeing that Mauritius did step up their game, and that's not the first time. I believe they did so previously in the third game. So that's something we'll be seeing. But looking at Senegal, they had a total of 588 damage from Nosco. He got the most damage there. We have Boy with 1 assist and a total of 4 eliminations to their name. The player with the most eliminations is still Nosco. I'm not sure if that's how to pronounce his name, but the team there did really step up their game. And finally, they have a chicken dinner. So big up to Senegal for sure.
Yeah, big ups going out to them. It was about time for those victories to start lining themselves up. Taking a look at the overall team stats, it's a very even contribution across the board, right? Again, the player locking in that last position, finding that spot there. Not a single elimination or knockout getting awarded to them. Nasty Boy did at least cause a little bit of damage, but has taken a lot more than they were able to cause. So that kind of just shows you that Senegal was definitely going for a lot more of a strategic play throughout this game, right? Not necessarily being the aggressors, but more patiently waiting in the wing and choosing the opportune moment to strike.
Yeah, exactly that, and it actually paid off for them, and we're here talking about them. So yeah, I think finally their strategy worked. We have 155 throwables. Why is everyone now embracing the grenades? They're now working for them, and we can see how many teams are taking on the grenades and using them to their advantage. When looking at the headshots at 15, still not up, but at least it's high up compared to all the other games. The total elims at 55 with 57 knocks. That means a lot happened in the game. A lot of third parties were there, but some were able to pass their knocks, with some of them not being able to go ahead and do so. But then the longest elimination distance has finally been surpassed. We are at 348, and we were 313 as the highest.
Yeah, 348. That's a long way to hit a shot, and most of them shots weren't even done with proper sniper weapons. But we're going to be taking a look at this. Egypt securing themselves a glorious 21 points. Mauritius coming in on 20 points for this match. So 14 elimination, second place. Insane. Senegal, though, with that winner chicken dinner, it only awards them an overall 14 points, putting them quite comfortably up in third place. And from there on, it goes a little bit further down, right? Benin coming through with 7, Morocco with 7, and it stops with Algeria in 9th place, walking away with only 2 points.
Yeah, I mean, for Algeria and Nigeria, and sorry, I almost said Algeria, Nigeria, but Algeria, there are 2 points. Niger getting 3. I believe that's a plus for them at the end of the day. Even though it's not as good as the previous game, that is a plus for them coming from that game. We have in 10th place South Africa and Madagascar 11th, both having 1 point each. And then from position 12, 13 to 17, we have Ivory Coast, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Tunisia, Congo, and Djibouti, all of them having 0 total points from that game. But I mean, we have 1 more game to go. I think they should maximize that now, because Egypt, I believe, has maximized as much as they can. They didn't win the game, and they still got the position 1 in 21. That's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise to see Egypt sitting where they are. They've got 115 points. Second place has 53. So that's quite a bit of a gap, right? So if Algeria can do exactly what they've been doing so far today, but have Egypt not do anything tomorrow, you know, that'd be great. But of course, realistically speaking, that is not going to be on the cards whatsoever. Mauritius, though, I love this for them. They've now made it all the way up into that 4th place. They've been cooking a little bit, right? It took them time to prepare all the ingredients, but once they got it all ready, they just, chucked it in the oven and they were like, well, let's go have a blast. And so far, it is looking to pay off quite well for them. Senegal also, with their winner chicken dinner, now moving them all the way up into 5th place. So, yeah, things are really starting to tighten up here.
Yeah, they are, and we have to look at Madagascar as well. It just got to the 11th. They moved from the next page of results to this first page, and they're in position 11. So that's a good step up for them. Somalia, though, unfortunately, they have dropped a little bit together in South Africa and Ghana. So for the last game, I hope they'll have a strategy to maybe get back their points, because Mauritius is finally out here to win, and they're not going to let go of that point until someone maybe takes them back to a bit too early in the game. But so far, everything is looking really good for most of the teams. And looking at Nigeria there with 8 total points at 12th place, that is really a very interesting turn of events. Djibouti, they are 13th with 7, Tunisia 14th with 5, and then Congo, Ivory Coast, and Zimbabwe still having 0 points to their name.
Wow. Okay. I mean, so one thing that I'm seriously still wanting to see, though, right, is that Congo actually managed to secure a point. I mean, they came so close, right? They came so close in this past match. Yeah. They got rushed, and then unfortunately, them only having a 3-piece didn't quite result in them getting the points that they deserve. So I'd love to see Congo at least getting a little bit of something coming into this last match. And I mean, that in stark contrast to what we see from the team over on that left-hand side, it is quite a bit of a difference. But, well, that is kind of what it is, right? We've already wrapped up 5 of our 6 matches. We have 1 more to go. The final Miramar is going to make its way on through. Now, Mitch, this is where I ask you, do you think that we are going to be looking at any potential hot drops? Will we see anybody look to risk it? Or are they going to maybe look to change it up, seeing that it is the last match of, well, the day?
Well, I have a feeling Egypt might risk it. They have a margin of more than 50 points. They might risk it. They might say, okay, let's relax now. I think we're good. We're good. Let's go ahead and have some fun. But not only them, if any team right now decides they need the elimination points, then that might just be Mauritius. But I'm not sure about Mauritius. They're kind of passive, then aggressive towards the end, which is working so far. So good for them. I hope they maintain that strategy. But if they want to get their points up again and maybe move to now position 3 or 2, why not risk it?
Well, this would be the match to get it done, right? It's all going to come down to the wire, the final showdown, at least for today, right? And also, when we wrap up this match, that marks the halfway of the qualifiers, right? So whatever the teams have not been able to secure today, it's all going to build on what they will have to bring onto the battlefield come tomorrow's 6 matches. And of course, we are going to be running through the exact same sequence as we have here today to keep the consistency up there. But speaking about consistency, I want to see Madagascar. Right? I want to see them come into this last match and lock it in, right? They've got 8 points on board. They can get so many more. How many more will they get? Yes, we'll find out while we look at the whale over the ocean, because that makes perfect sense. This is PUBG, right? You can just use your imagination.
Yeah, I mean, it looks cool. So a whale in a desert, close to impossible, but there's some water around the desert, so that does work out for them. But looking at the flight path, again, in Miramar, it does go to the northern side. I think Erangel and Sanhok have a thing for the southern side, and now for Miramar, they have a thing for the northern side. It has become confirmed that for Miramar, it is the northern side. There's nothing we can do about it. And for the teams as well, I mean, they can now maneuver around and see what to do about this, whether they'll be engaging in any fights or not. But otherwise, this flight path looks quite fair, and they might be able to land at very good places. San Martin, water treatment, Picado, good places with good loot. So I hope they'll maximize the flight path and places that they can land.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to maximize because a lot of the positions that they can reach from this flight path is going to be some pretty hot and contested angles. I mean, look at La Cobreria, right? 3 squads heading up north. Well, yes, I thought that was going to be a little bit of a tough position for them to play off of there. The heat was so much that we're gonna have to rehost, right? It was just just too much. It was just too much to handle. So yeah, I mean, it was an interesting flight path. I think, especially looking up to what we had heading in the direction there of La Cobreria, three squads moving in. That would have been probably one of the crazy odd drops that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, and probably the players from those teams feel a little bit lucky because they might have seen and they said, "Oh no, not today," or then they saw that notification and might have been the happiest teams so far. But it would have been a really nice game, a very fast, intense fight, and I mean, win the last game. Intense action is all we need. We need to close it with a bang. We need to say, "Oh wow, this team actually did this or did that," and then we can close it and wait for tomorrow and see what's next.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game here. I mean, that is the approach that you'll have to bring if you want to finish on a strong footing. I think the only team that can essentially afford to, sit back and not be too worried, too stressed, is going to be the side there of Egypt, as we've already pointed out, leading with more than double the points of second place. So, yeah, coming into tomorrow, I think especially it's going to be the responsibility of the teams trailing behind to try and play that game of catch up to see if they can contest them. They've already proven that they can actually step up and take them out. Now we just need to see that happen on a slightly more consistent basis. But of course, with that being what it is, we are most likely going to be going through a rehost to make sure that everybody is back in the lobby, back in their seats. Looking to see where that next flight path is going to be taking us. And I'm just curious whether or not it's going to be quite a big change as to what we just saw.
I hope not. But we'll see. Maybe it will be a little bit different and that the players now can finally play. I'm actually hoping that after today's games end, they will go back, watch the live, even if it's taking screenshots and understanding the rotations for the teams, because that margin needs to be closed. At the end of the day, they need to do more. They need to get more points. We need to change our strategy. We landed here more than once because I think the only map they have played once is Sanhok, but Erangel, Miramar, they've played twice, so they can predict and say, we land here, I mean, we are going to be exposed to this country, so let's not land here, let's go there. I'm really hoping they'll use that line to try and figure out how they're going to be performing in the next games tomorrow. But for now, all they can do is just wait, because they cannot predict anything. It's just the first day. Everyone is surprising everyone at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, that is pretty much what we've been seeing so far. And I'm, of course, open to a lot of surprises to come through from these teams as they're getting ready to move out of here. But yeah, it is just that wait time, right? We got to wait and see what is going to be happening with this final match of the day. We've had a few opportunities of suspense to build. I think this is, again, another one of those angles here. But it's all going to rely on what these teams will be bringing. Will we see Benin come in clutch? Are they going to pick up that winner chicken dinner, run away with the points? Is it going to be Congo maybe looking to do that? Or will we have some repeat offenders looking to do that yet again? Of course, only time will tell. But this is where I've got to ask you, what has been the most exciting play that you've seen so far today? Anything in particular that stands out, or have you just been happy with everything so far?
That's a tough one. But I can say what has really impressed me today is how the new countries have actually been able to catch up and try to be as aggressive as they can. Benin honestly has really caught my attention, especially the first game there when they went against Nigeria in ruins. That was the first step to them embracing the challenge, them doing more than we'd expect them to do. So I can say I'm really hooked or excited for them, and I'm hoping they can do more. But that is the most exciting thing so far. You're new, impressing people. That's a plus.
Yeah, that is a plus. I just had some word, and of course we are going to be hopping into a quick break while we make sure to get everything done and sorted for this next match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. This is take 2 for the last match, right? The first version of the last match was too hot, and we had to try again, right? We got to try and cool it down. It's only the first day. Tomorrow is going to be the hot, crazy, and insane day. I say that, and then there's already a team that has over 100 points just in the first 5 matches. So, yeah, maybe we'll have a few other contenders maybe look to challenge them. I'm hoping to see that because we did have a beautiful opportunity of that coming through in the previous match. Mauritius, though, they just banked in with regards to those eliminations. I want to see them do that yet again. Maybe go for more or potentially go for the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, for sure. We'll be seeing if that's going to be the case. You talked about them. They came here. They impressed us. Egypt honestly has done a lot, but we have to really wait and see what happens tomorrow. Today was just a tip of the iceberg. Tomorrow is now where all the teams will be facing the hardest lobbies because now everyone wants to make it to the next stage. They will focus on everything around them. Placement points, elimination points, the rotations, everything will count. So Egypt there will have to be really careful about the teams coming tomorrow.
Yeah, they've got a target on their back, right? And from what we've seen, at least in this last match, that there's the hope, right? There could be a caped crusader in the wing somewhere looking to save the day, right? Who is not impacted by our yellow sun. He's going to be okay. Right, or maybe get boosted, but I don't know, whatever, like a superhero. But yeah, it's all gonna boil down to this final match to see where these teams are gonna end up. Will we have a big, crazy, insane push or play with regards to the other slots available? As we know, there's not a big gap between that second and third place. Of course, we're currently looking at 9 points difference between second and third, and then of course also then moving from third into fourth place, we're looking at an 8-point difference. So there's going to be a lot of pressure, especially on Algeria, Morocco, and Mauritius, if they want to try and maintain the current positioning that they have. Senegal could definitely look to make a run for the money, as they are pretty close to catching up with them. You could say the same for South Africa and Ghana. So I think the teams from 7th to 2nd place are going to try and finish off strong, at least here for today.
Yeah, I agree with you. I believe Senegal has impressed all of us today. They have the biggest improvement so far. They have done a really good job in the last game there in Miramar. And now we're here for the last game of the night, and we want to see how it goes. I guess we'll never have a northern flight path at this point.
Not for today, no. So the team's getting ready for a bit of the action. Maybe the zone goes elsewhere. Maybe I'd say here would be if the zone pulls right up there into Chumasera, Minas del Valle, and kind of just keeps it on that southwestern side. For me personally, that would be a golden spot.
Yep, for sure that will be the golden spot. But we'll see if teams will be going towards that side. But so far, most of them have actually gone with the flight. They have gone towards La Benita. They have chosen not to be on this side. Looking at Petrona, we have a team there. And Somalia is also going towards the players from Senegal. We'll be seeing whether they'll be taking on that fight or not. We have players literally everywhere in the game, and it seems like Djibouti, even before people have decided to figure out where they want to be and what they need to be doing, we can see them losing 2 of their players already, and that means that will be a very hard survival time for Djibouti. And I believe just like that, Djibouti has lost 3 if not all of their teammates in this fight.
Well, we only have 14 teams in at the current moment, so it could be, but we've got 3 squads right up in Valle del Mar, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was more teams. It seems like the players here from Morocco, they're guilty of something, and they're like, no, let's get away. Right, let's be quick about it. So it's a funny rotation that they're bringing through here. Interesting to see Niger also just on the edge there. Not necessarily looking to aggress just yet, just kind of keeping their distance, saying like, okay, cool, chill. We know that there's something here, but we don't want to find out just yet. We still have 14 teams in though, right? Djibouti, they are down to a solo. Not quite sure where that solo is, but they have come through with a bit of a response, as we saw the players from Niger rushing up towards them. The response is being brought in, and now it seems like Morocco are going to look to go play cleanup.
Yeah, and I believe for the players, for the players from Djibouti, losing three of their players might have been such a hard time for them now, but luckily Jabber was not spotted and he's still around. So if he decides to play it safe, he can just look at the safe zone and decide, okay, so this is where the zone is going to be. I will be sitting in the middle of this zone till everyone is done fighting. But well, this is a competition and there's no way you will be able to survive without people getting towards you. But then Morocco now goes in for that push, and Niger has one of the players being knocked, and of course we'll be making sure to take him back to lobby. Immediately the teammates have left the compound and they are no longer here to lose any more of their teammates.
Yeah, it's it's what it is. Djibouti still somehow miraculously holding nice and steady. Niger, not quite sure what they're going to be able to do with that two-piece, but we'll find out in due course exactly how that is going to pan out for them. Morocco, I like this aggression. They are really trying to kind of fly up those standings as best they can, and if they continue this, they could really look to capitalize and benefit off of this, especially it being the final match for day number 1 right here. Looking at the zone though, not really all too much happening with regards to where these teams find themselves situated. No overly aggressive rotations coming through from anybody up towards the north. Down south though, it's only Morocco that's moving. Right, Djibouti still nice and steady over there. You can see Senegal keeping it nice and quiet. You can see Ghana as well as Tunisia. Everybody just big chilling at this point.
Yeah, no one wants to be in the losing side. Everyone wants to be on the winning side, and if it means avoiding all the teams and waiting till the last zone, then I will do exactly that. All the teams so far are making their rotations toward the zone. They do not want to lose any more of their teammates. Already Djibouti is on the losing side in terms of numbers. Niger as well has lost 2 players to Morocco. Same players from Djibouti have been eliminated by Morocco. So right now Morocco is leading in terms of points. But Egypt there is also might just be making their rotations so far. You can see them getting their vehicle. And once they do that, they might just be looking to make their rotations in this game. But so far, all the teams are playing it really safe, avoiding the fights as much as they can. It is the last game of the night, so why not maximize with this last game?
Well, yeah, we got to try and capitalize to maximize, right? Why not?
Exactly.
It all helps out, and there's a little bit of a rhyme there every second time, I'd say. Looking at the bridge though, Klaus, I wonder if Klaus is related to Santa.
You can ask him.
Yeah,
Be sure to give you an answer for sure.
Yeah, I don't see a bag with goodies in though, but that's maybe the backpack. So maybe it's the Pubg version of that, I'd guess. Who knows?
Probably. So you believe the Klaus is for Santa? I doubt it. I thought Klaus is for another name there, but if he's Santa, then I hope he's going to be giving people gifts when it comes to this game. Either he'll be awarding people with elimination points, or he'll be giving his team an amazing chicken dinner or amazing wipe on the players from Senegal. So Klaus right now is not engaging at all. He's waiting for them as they pass by, and that's gonna knock there. And I believe he is doing Santa's work, giving the gifts to his teammate, because you can see they're right in front of him and they will be helping him ensure that they can get the wipe on the players here.
Well, let's see how they go. Nice. All right, Hulk now smashing it in there as Senzo gets taken down. Yuji Boy is down as well. Jacob! Where's Jacob? Jacob now coming in, trying to bring the reinforcements, trying to keep them strong, trying to keep them steady. But Senegal, yeah, they down to a solo. It's like they're keeping Rise hostage there, at least for the time being. It's like, yep, no, this is our bridge. You gotta pay the price. Where's your teammate? And we don't quite know.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Klaus there had the best position. He waited patiently. Most players would have engaged. As soon as they had the vehicles, they might have just engaged and maybe that would have cost them. But Klaus there, with some patience, was able to wait it out. And when Senegal was able to come closer to his teammates on the other side, he decided, let me now get at least the knocks that my teammates can be able to help me. But now we have the players from Mauritius and South Africa right now engaged in the fight. And Mauritius has one of their teammates is down. round, and for South Africa, actually two of them. One of them is still standing. That is Logic. You're only forced to either get a wipe on the players from South Africa or take his baggie and go towards one of the teammates and try to get a revive. But he has to be really careful. I have seen the players from South Africa having really good sprays, and he should be really careful about that beautiful damage there on reverb. But he is not able to get that knock yet. He will be getting the rotations, but he really needs to get his numbers up right now. The players from South Africa are looking to ensure that is not going to be possible, and Logic is just engaging amazing thinking here, and it does get that knock on another player from South Africa.
Well, I mean, that is a pretty good play from Logic. A phenomenal spray, but now there's a 2-2 split on the South Africa side. Let's see whether or not Logic is going to be able to get the jump on them. The nade cooking it up. Oh, is it going to find its home? Is it going to find what it needs to find? The answer is no, not yet. But it is looking pretty shaky now on the side here for South Africa. Exist also slowly bleeding out, still relaying a little bit of that information over to their teammate. Now Logic pushing on forward, looking to close it up, but instead gets closed off as they will now get to head right on back. It is going to be Mauritius, the first team to get taken out this time around.
Yeah, really unfortunate. They were about to get a chicken dinner last game, but then this time round it has become a little bit harder because they have been taken back to lobby too early in the game. Quite unfortunate there for them, but they should not lose hope. They have tomorrow. They can still try and get something happening on their side. But now Tunisia is also taking on a fight. They have the players there from Senegal right in front of them. And you can see what is happening. Sorry about that. Ghana is basically choosing to take on the fight here against Tunisia, but for Ghana they are less in terms of numbers. They have lost two of their players, that is Knockers and Pubg, leaving just MVP and his teammate there standing with Tunisia watching from afar. That is Amar, last player standing. He needs to focus on the zone as well. Now the zone is about to move. This is Miramar. The more it moves, the damage it gets, and if you do not have enough utilities, your way to the safe zone might be the longest trip you'll ever make in PUBG Mobile.
Well, let's see just how long that trip is going to be for Amar as they now try to just find a more strategic way to avoid the sprays from the side of Ghana. But where is it going to go though? Oh, yep, they've been found. They're going to get hunted. And I mean, this far into the game, stage number 2, the blue, yes, it's not too devastating. You can still spend a little bit of time out here, but of course, the ideal would be to just get the heck out of Dodge. Now Amar is going to look to right the ridge. That spots the opportunity.
Oh.
Ringo actually just decided to help Amar out, brought them a vehicle. It's like, you know what, you look like you're struggling. Let me help you. Take my vehicle and then rotate to zone.
Yes, be my guest. Please enjoy your way. But luckily for them, they have at least one player standing. So I hope they'll be making a different call and choosing not to engage in a fight at the moment. But then you have Algeria there getting some damage on the players from Nigeria, taking a couple of them back to lobby. So Nigeria right now is losing numbers. Only two of them still standing. So that is something they should really put in mind and go away from this fight as much as they can, because now Algeria is out to get as many points as possible, getting a knockdown baby. That was an amazing reflex. Looking at the damage there on Hunt, that was really, really good coming from Nigeria player baby. Amazing reflex.
Ooh, all right. Egypt, they've got one elimination, and the only player that has gotten that elimination is, of course, Zuxi, which is the last survivor, as they now take a slow, steady approach, trying to see if they can maybe sneak up on Sneak. But Sneak will not get snuck, as they are going to try and find every angle to approach from. Utilities, the grenades going out, nothing connecting up. Zuxi now trying to reposition, but Sneak comes through with a DBS and tells them, don't be silly. Instead, ships them out. South Africa now sitting with a very comfortable 8 eliminations to their name.
That's really impressive. I mean, I thought about it earlier on how South Africa is going to take on the last game. Already there in position 4. They have Mauritius there, sorry, just right above them in position 4. That was something maybe they didn't want to happen, and now they are looking to go higher in the leaderboard. And unfortunately for Egypt now, they have opened the gap there for people to at least close that margin now before tomorrow gets here, and they try to close that margin even more. But so far so good. I believe the teams still have a chance of making sure that they can at least get closer to 100 points, because already Egypt has crossed that mark, and South Africa might just be looking to do that, and Algeria as well.
Well, they could still definitely pull it off. Let's see. Morocco steadily approaching that blue, or rather getting out of the blue, so there's still a good angle. I'm not quite sure if they know that they do have a little bit of opposition right there behind them. Senegal down to Nasty Boy. That is not going to be an easy one to survive. We can see if Morocco is going to get out of the way, so they could maybe still play for a bit of positioning within that zone. Madagascar also going to be losing a few more now, up to Absol, and no, Absol rather was the one that got taken down. It's now up to Nash and Beru. We'll go with that. All these numbers in the names always confuse the living daylights out of me, so we'll just go with what it looks like, more or less. Right? I guess that's the safest way to play it.
Yeah, as long as it works, then why not use it? And now we can see the players from Madagascar. They have also tried to catch up. They have been doing a good job. They're trying to catch up in terms of their points. They have lost already 2 of their players, and now they have only 2 remaining. So I'm really hoping they'll be focused more on the placement points now, seeing that the zone is about to close in and they're in a safe compound. Meaning now teams will be getting closer to them just to ensure they can secure that compound as well, to use it when the zone starts to shift. They do try to get some damage on Algeria, doesn't really get any damage yet. And we've seen there Somalia is close to a region, and if anything happens, Somalia might be forced to take on that fight without even being able to say no, because the zone is there, they are safe there, they want to keep the compound, so that fight might just be a must for them to take.
Yeah, well, it doesn't seem like they'll have much of a choice if that is the way that it plays out. So for the time being, though, still a lot of rotation that needs to be done by our 11 remaining teams, right? Nigeria on 1, Senegal on 1, Niger kind of maybe almost on 1. They've got 2. We've got Madagascar on 2, Ghana on 2, Tunisia on 1, Ghana on 1 as well. Like, it helps if I count the single figure that I can see there. There's only 1 green character. I don't know how I messed that one up, but hey, I'll take it. Right. Algeria, though, they're also going to be looking to take it, as they spot out a little bit of movement, not necessarily making those necessary connections. But a quick little bit of reposition could definitely help them leverage their angle against maybe even 11 from Nigeria.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Algeria is really pushing the numbers there for Nigeria. They're just passing by next to where we have Algeria. Not a good look for Nigeria if they decide to stop there and engage in that fight. They only have well, I can say 1 player is not really much for a team if they can just avoid it. I mean, we saw it with Marshall, so I believe anyone can do it if you can just take your time and avoid the fight. If you're just a solo, Algeria, they're doing some scouting, and they seem to be interested in the compound that South Africa is holding at the moment. They might be looking to engage in that fight, which will be really good to see if they'll be able to take the compound or not from South Africa.
Well, we'll find out very soon whether or not they'll be able to maybe have that question answered for us. It seems like South Africa is saying no, they don't really agree with that, as they've spotted a good position to send those grenades into. Now Nash going to try and dash their way out of the pressure play that is coming on. That vehicle is starting to smoke. There's no chance to take that to the mechanic anyway soon, as it is going to go up in flames in just a brief moment. It is so close. Any team spotting out that vehicle who makes the connection into the car is going to get a free elimination with that as well.
Yep, I mean, Flames is something, but we'll see if they'll be able to survive what is coming next to them. But they're looking at South Africa. They still have Somalia right next to them. The players from Madagascar are doing a lot of rotations. I don't think they want to take on any fights. The vehicle here is really, really low, and being a solo surviving from his team again, that is not a vehicle you want to be using. And Reverb there has been pushed by the players from Somalia. Beautiful nade there from Hulk. It does get some damage on him, but then will it be enough for him to go in for that push? Reverb trying to get the healing happening. His teammates are not really that close. The nade from Beast does go there, doesn't get a damage, but then the DBS reflex of Reverb is just perfect. Does get a second knock on the players from Somalia, and now Klaus and Hulk will be the last players standing from their team. Question is, will they be able to take out Reverb, or will Reverb give us another wipe on our team? We have him going in for that push. Klaus there trying to get the revive. He does get the third star player. Klaus is still healing in the smoke here, and Reverb does get the third player down from Somalia. One man remains standing, that is Hulk. Or will he be able to get a wipe? One man eliminating a whole country by himself.
I mean, so far it looks like it could be on the cards. 12 eliminations currently for the side here of South Africa. Somalia going to be trying to just hide on the edge. A few fireworks going off there from Reverb. Really overcooking that nade. But you got to watch out for 11 as well as Hulk. Both players could still maybe look to play a little bit of an upset. There is that opportunity. Up comes the send now. South Africa is trying to close it out, but they've got, I think they have enough time on the clock to see how this one is going to go. Ooh, come on, Hulk right there. Spots him out, shots in. Oh, Hulk getting taken out. Lovely play. Somalia is out of here. Now Nigeria steps up. Sneak gets knocked upon. Down they go. Reverb and Lynx now going to try and avenge their teammate as they push through. They do succeed. And they secure yet another elimination. That is now 14, but also South Africa having quite a bit of a blow being dealt to their numbers here.
Yes, South Africa is really doing a good job. Even though they lost a couple of their players there, their numbers are reducing. They at least got some good number of eliminations to the name. 14 is a lot, and it seems like Ghana there will be eliminated from the match. And now you have just 7 teams remaining. South Africa still standing strong. 2 of their players remaining, that is Reverb and Lynx. Morocco still having a full team. So that, of course, will be an advantage. There's always power in numbers, and that is exactly what will be happening for Morocco if they keep on surviving as a full team till the end of the game, being the only team with the numbers so far. Most of them are solos. Senegal, Benin, Madagascar, Tunisia. Those 4 teams have remaining on their team. So surviving that is really, even the points is all dependent on the solo players so far.
Yeah, I mean, it could all quite easily change, right? One loud cough, maybe, right? Could pick up 4 plays, but realistically, having 4 solos making it up to this later stage of the game, yes, it's not close enough to where those 4 players would necessarily have a drastic impact onto the outcome of this match. It is still quite leaning in favor of the teams that have the numbers advantage, right? South Africa with the 2, Algeria with the 3, Morocco coming through with a full squad. There's still an opportunity for those 3 squads to make whatever they kind of want to with who's left in this lobby. So if they wait a little longer until we get into, I'd say maybe like stage 7 or close to that, when there's not a lot of opposition left in South Africa, Morocco, or even Algeria, that would be the perfect time to strike, right? That is when I think a solo could have quite a bit of an impact. Of course, then it is going to be South Africa, the next team, saying farewell as they go out in 7th place, I believe that was, and doing so with 14 eliminations to their name. So not a bad finish.
Yeah, that is not a bad finish for South Africa. Quite unfortunate that they got to lose an amazing game. They had the numbers in terms of elimination points. I mean, getting that chicken dinner would have been basically the cherry on the ice cream for me. But I don't know. It's something different. If maybe they would have survived, that would have really helped them. But then Madagascar there is also eliminated. Now 5 teams remaining. Benin is still surviving. I mean, Benin is just taking their time. They have just one player standing. That's totally okay. But I believe they're looking now for those placement points, and seeing that Morocco has the numbers, getting those placement points will only rely on the fact that no one can spot him, and he will survive till maybe the third or the last fight of the game. But so far, so good. Benin, Senegal, and Tunisia will be on the tightest place when it comes to trying to make it to the chicken dinner or even to a higher position as of now.
Well, let's see who's going to make that magic happen. Morocco, this could be the one, right? This could be the one, the Morocco that we've been waiting to see. So far, Tunisia just, making it difficult as they go like, no, we'll rather give our elimination to Algeria. As we have them over on the eastern side. So I think we're in for an Algeria-Morocco showdown, especially moving into this last bit. And, ooh, interesting pattern there. First and second sitting with 9 and 9. And then Benin and Senegal sitting on donut, right? So interesting play. But let's see who's going to look to lock in that last little bit. I'm not quite sure who I'll put my money on. I'm not convinced as to whether or not Benin or Senegal is going to be the next one to go.
Yeah, this point we cannot predict at all. Two solos predicting that will be hard. Yes, they are playing it safe. They are not exposing themselves. No one is moving. They're just relaxing and hoping that the two teams with numbers get to survive. But I guess the answer has been given to us, and Benin is the team that will be surviving to the top 3 and the last zone fights.
Well, here we go. Right down to the wire. It is going to be Morocco now joining on them double digits. As Algeria just going to be holding up against them. It's good to see both squads now prepping for a little bit of a wrestling match here. But we'll be the one to lock it in.
Exactly, the nades there are coming quite hot on the players from Algeria. The nades are not really connecting, but Morocco is not stopping at that. They want to get as many nades towards the players from Algeria as they can. And we can see a flank there from Marshall going in for that push. And we have Hans Triple X there exposing his location, and that's getting knocked. And that means Algeria now, with just 2 players standing, they have to find a way of taking out Morocco. All they will be saying GG's to this game so far. We have nades coming in there. Rosette, trying to get a Kobe on the players from Morocco, but then the nade doesn't really connect. First knock is there, Lazy Boy is down, but then he gets knocked as well. And now Marshall trying to get the last player from Algeria, being quite low. 1 grenade, 1 tap on the player, and he'll be going back to lobby to get this team from Algeria.
Watch Benin clutch this one. I mean... Right? It's like, yeah, it's fine to clean up the lobby. We'll wait until you have to rotate back into zone and then just go wham and get the final play, get that winner chicken dinner. That would make Algeria and Morocco so upset. But with that, it is going to be Morocco that lives to fight yet another match as, well, not for today because it's the last one, but there's only one player. It is Kira standing between Morocco and 14 elimination winner chicken dinner. So the first one up, the first challenger here is going to be El Chapo. Let's see, are they going to come in divided or will they full send it? Oh, what are you doing with it? No, Kira.
Sometimes it happens. Nah, it happens. I really, maybe he tried to get that gun and it just didn't happen. He thought he released the nade and tried to cook up another nade by mistake. But that was a very nice finish.
Yeah, I mean it's a valiant effort, but I mean it's unfortunate, right? Like when you get into that last moment, it's like the nerves are there, the stress, the everything, and then you click the utility button as opposed to the weapon button, and then you get cooked. Right.
Yeah. He was trying to cook them, but then, I mean, the table stand. He was trying to do something there, and that nade just followed him all the way to the last fight. And the last player there from Morocco was like, okay, what's happening? Why is this guy pushing me with the grenade? But he does get that elimination, and just like that, we have at least first chicken, last chicken, same team. How impressive is that?
You know what? You know what? If I look at it, and I'm pretty sure it will come up, is I'm almost convinced that the utility that was taken right there at the end was the smoke. So even if it had gone anywhere, it wouldn't have done anything, right? But you know, you got to try what you got to try, and yeah, it's still a very interesting game that we've had here. Well played though to Benin, making it all the way to the end of that match. Good survivability. Unfortunately, would have loved to see a few eliminations accompany those good placement points, but you know, you sometimes just got to take what you are given. Speaking about given,
Exactly.
a few teams were given a lot of points with regards to eliminations, right? So Africa went absolutely crazy, Morocco went crazy, Algeria went crazy. And I think it's good because those three teams, I think, are going to be the ones come tomorrow that are going to be vying for that second place, that are going to be looking to fight it out to see who gets that next spot.
Of course, I mean, it will be dependent now on tomorrow's games. The last game was maybe a win it or lose it type of scenario for most teams. So they decided to go on the win it and then we'll lose it maybe some other day. But for South Africa, they went all in. They got the eliminations almost the same as Morocco. So that's really good for them. We'll just have to wait and see where they stand when the overall rankings are out.
Yeah. And well, here we go. Starting it off with our winner chicken dinner team breakdown. Who did the what? As you can see, it's going to be Lazy Boy coming in with the most damage. El Chapo coming through with the most assists. And then, well, as a result of the most damage, Lazy Boy is also the one to find the most eliminations for themselves there. Marshall survived the longest. That's interesting because I think they all kind of left when they left, right? But hey, 14 eliminations along that winner chicken dinner does put them on a glorious 24 points. And that is going to bring a little bit of a change, potentially, maybe, to what we have with regards to those standings. But, you know, there was 4 players in the squad. As you can see, Carry Boy carried that 1 point as well. You know, you got to bring in the contribution. It's there. It's important.
That's true. He actually helped where he could, even though he only got 1 elimination and the rest spreading out to the teammates. Lazy Boy, Marshall, and El Chapo 4 eliminations for El Chapo and Marshall, and then we have Lazy Boy getting 5. I mean, it spread out throughout the game. Yes, they were not able to get more for Carry Boy, but I believe he got some utilities carried there for him. You know, utilities, nades, meds. It's nice to be on that side as well because the other reason your teammates are doing good, even though maybe I didn't get what I was looking for, getting something to happen at the end of the day is key for every team. So surviving till the end was amazing for all the players from Morocco.
Yeah, well, speaking about surviving, there was a lot of those opportunities as the throwables were down to 87, nearly almost half of what we've seen come through from the teams in the previous matches. No surprise to see the longest distance hit coming through on 353 meters. It makes sense. It's Miramar map, which is where that is kind of supposed to happen. So it all seems to be pretty consistent with regards to that. Also, still a lot of knocks coming through because so many people got backed up and shipped out of the lobby. But one thing that's interesting though is that the players didn't rotate all that much, really utilizing vehicles, right? 261,000 is still a high number, but it's not as high as we've seen in other matches. And so it shows you, depending on where the zone shifts, if the teams can land close enough, they don't really need to rotate all that much with vehicles.
Yeah, that's actually true. And we expected that. We expected the distance to be a little bit more. But I mean, most of the teams landed in zone. So that does make sense. So many of them landed outside the zone. So they didn't really have to do a lot of rotations. Even the troubles are less for this game compared to all the matches we've seen, especially the last game at 153. That is less now in this match. So I think this match was kind of cool, kind of relaxed for the teams, and they just waited for the last zone fights to take on the fights. For the teams that got to lose players, or a whole team too early in the game, that might have been a mistake on their end, and they did not really plan for that. So I can understand if the distance was not really that much for this game.
Yeah, well, speaking about distance, Morocco is going to look to go the distance. 24 points, looking to add that to the overall tally. They had 44 coming into this match. Now adding 24 on top of that puts them on a very comfortable 68 total. It's not first place quite just yet, but hey, it is a good way to try and close up that gap. You got to give it up to South Africa as well as Algeria. Of course, coming into this game, Algeria and Morocco, they were very, very close. And, well, maybe in this one single game, we might have seen a little bit of something happen with regards to those overall rankings. So we look a little bit further down, though. It is going to be Madagascar and Somalia closing up this first page, coming in with 3 points each. And that leaves us to wonder who is situated here. The answer is Nigeria, Djibouti, as well as Egypt. So, yeah, a few donuts getting handed out yet again. Congo, unfortunately, if anything tomorrow, right, I want to see Congo get a point.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully
they gotta get a
tomorrow they'll
point.
get something. Yeah, hopefully. I hope so too as well. Because, I mean, it's the war is only 2 days, so they can try get something there, and maybe that would be really good for them in general. That would be really impressive.
Well, speaking about impressive, looking at the stats here, it is the breakdown, the comparison between Morocco and South Africa. Both squads finishing on 14 elims apiece. South Africa, though, a little bit more aggressive, locking in 2.5k damage versus the 2.2k coming in from the side of Morocco. But then, of course, you can see all the different conversions that have taken place here, right? Morocco coming through with the 7 knocks versus the 10 from South Africa, but they got a lot more assists in. So 11 versus the 9. So it makes kind of sense why you see a lower damage number, but a higher assist number than for the side of Morocco. Either which way, both these squads were able to get themselves up to 14 total eliminations in this past game. Still a magnificent serving of points that we have coming through for the squads nonetheless. Speaking of points, though, look at this. It is the overall standings. Morocco and Algeria, they swap places. 68 to 67 points. South Africa all the way up into 4th. And then things are getting pretty close between Senegal, Mauritius, Ghana, and Somalia.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see what has changed now. Now that we have Morocco coming second and then Algeria third, I believe tomorrow will be a little bit hot. But now looking at Benin and Niger, together Tunisia getting 9th, 10th, and 11th place. They have done a really good job, especially for Benin, getting to come back a little bit up there. 19 total points for their team. That's really a really good improvement. And we're hoping tomorrow it will be better for them, and maybe we'll see even 20s 30s as the total points as of tomorrow, even 50. Anything could happen, but good job there from Benin and Tunisia. Niger as well could do more, seeing that they almost got a chicken dinner before. That means they can do more.
Yeah, I mean, they've now kind of set the standard to some extent here as to what we could see come through from them. So we are going to be expecting more. Day 1 was but a precursor to the potential for day number next. And of course, also day number last, day number 2, that is where it's all going to boil down to. But you don't want to sit on this page. Well, I mean, this page is kind of, the page that you want to be on. You don't want to be on this one, right? You don't want to be on the second page. You want to try and fight your way to get all the way onto where we need to see. And that is going to be, I would say at least a good finishing position would be in the top 9. Right, maybe even the top 8, just looking at kind of the amount of teams that we have or countries that we have participating in this. But all in all, I would say a very interesting day, right? Egypt blowing us away with 2 glorious winner-winner chicken dinners that we've seen coming in from their side. Morocco also picking up 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. I think that was also very well deserved from their end. Algeria, and then of course Senegal coming in with the final 2. So yeah, a very exciting day, but that leads me to wonder, what will the approach be come day number 2, right? Are we going to see Morocco and Algeria and potentially South Africa try to see if they can catch up to Egypt? Or is Egypt going to just go, if you thought yesterday was crazy, look at today?
Yeah, of course. We're going to be having such a discussion. We have to be honest about that. A lot of things will be a little bit different. Some teams are going to sit down and analyze today's games. I mean, sometimes the first day is not always the last day to say, okay, fine, Egypt has it. Let's now move on and go to wherever we were going to. But that's not going to be the case. I believe teams will come up and do better tomorrow. And I will have to discuss what happened yesterday and what has changed and why are they changing their gameplay now. What should you expect?
Yeah.
A lot will be happening, and I'll make sure to see that.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be the one to watch, and obviously it is the last day to watch to see who will be the teams moving forward into the next stage. Egypt showing that they have quite a lot of intentions from their end, but as we've said, right, curious what the rest of the countries are going to look to do in response to what we've seen so far today. Only one way rather for us to find out what these teams are going to be doing. We'll see you back again tomorrow. So on that note, it's going to be good night from myself and Mitch Gaming, as we'll be returning later with the final 6 matches, the final day of play right here for the IESF Africa qualifiers. Until then, see you later.